Recording in progress.
Is there any objection to this motion without notice? The motion is agreed to. We now move on to Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes with concern that the Onderstepoort Biological Project is not fulfilling its mandate of timelessly providing animal vaccines to the South African market. Notes that this failure of OBP to execute on its on its mandate has put the South African farming community and farm animals in general at risk due to a large number of animals not receiving much needed vaccinations. Further notes that OBP has 2 production freeze dryer machines, of which one broke down in 2016 and the other in 2021. Notes that in 2010, the manufacturer of these freeze dryer machines warned OBP that these machines have a lifespan of 6 years remaining, and notwithstanding the warning, OBP did not procure new freeze dryer machines. Again notes that, as predicted, the first of the 2 freeze dryers broke down in 2016, and even after this incident, OBP still did not start the process of procuring additional freeze dryer machines. Notes that even after the second of the 2 production freeze dryer machines broke down in 2021, OBP still did not start the procurement processes for a new dryer machine, leaving the institution to rely on one small freeze dryer. Expresses our disappointment in OBP's flagrant disregard for the huge responsibility they have with regard to manufacturing and the supply of much-needed animal vaccines, commends the Minister of Agriculture, Honourable John Steenhuisen, for assisting OBP in speeding up the process for the procurement of a new freeze-dryer machine, calls upon OBP to urgently take all the required steps to take delivery of, install and calibrate a newly procured freeze dryer without any further delay. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. Is there any objection to this motion without notice? There isn't. So agreed to. The next speaker is Honourable Mtinga.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that Council notes the urgent need to integrate indigenous knowledge and indigenous medicinal plants such as Mpesu into formal healthcare systems. Further note that indigenous knowledge and traditional remedies are an integral part of cultural heritage of many Africans, which have been used for centuries to support health and well-being, with about 80% of the African continent's population using these medicine for healthcare. Recognize that there is a growing recognition of traditional medicine as the wisdom of indigenous knowledge systems. Further recognize that formal integrating of indigenous knowledge into conventional healthcare systems has the potential to promote universal well-being, promote healthcare transformation, cultural keeping, and local economic empowerment. Acknowledge that conventional South African healthcare facilities struggle to cope with a large volume of patient numbers and often fail to meet the basic standards of healthcare, posing a risk to our people. The EFF therefore calls on the Minister of Health to establish a dedicated section with the pharmaceutical industry to recognize and scientifically validate indigenous plants for medicinal use. We further call on academic institutions to incorporate the study of these plants, including traditional practices such as ukuphalaza and ukucima, into medical curricula in university to enhance the availability of cultural sensitive healthcare. I so move.
Thanks, Honourable Member. Waqala ngempezi. Ndlovukazi lwela otata. Is there any objection? Unimpezi, Nkosi yami. The motion is agreed to. We're now moving on to Honourable Mukwele.
Thanks very much, Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the initiator and the leader of the GNU African National Congress that the House notes with concern that the hailstorm caused severe damage in parts of Limpopo and Mpumalanga on Monday, left 4 people dead, 3 hospitalized, and 1,000 displaced. Also note, Chair, that Limpopo Education Department was compiling report on the number of schools that were impacted by the storm and extent of the damage, though unfortunately that they did not receive report of matric exam disruption. And also, Chair, the MEC of Coxa in Limpopo confirmed that all 5 districts in the province has sustained damage, include houses, school, critical infrastructure, electricity lines, and livestock. Furthermore, Chair, the House notes that in Bushbuck Ridge, Mpumalanga, the powerful storm claimed the lives and injured 40 and living residents in distress. But also, Chair, there was an incident that was live yesterday on Channel 404, whereby there was a granny who was also part of these people that lost their lives, but she never get proper treatment at the hospital, which I also want to make an appeal that the Department of Health in Mpumalanga, they must just investigate the incident. And therefore, Chair, we want to send our heartfelt condolences to the bereaved family and wish a speedy recovery to the injured. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mukweli. Is there any objection to this notice? The motion is agreed to. We now move on to Honorable Modise.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Glorious African National Congress that the House noted that South Africa has filed its memorial to the International Court of Justice on Monday, October 28, 2024, in its case on the application of the Convention of Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip. Also note that in accordance with the rules of court, the memorial may not be made public. Further note that the memorial, the name of the document recording, the main case of South Africa against Israel contains evidence which shows how the government of apartheid Israel has violated the Genocide Convention by promoting the destruction of Palestine living in Gaza, physically killing them with assortment of destructive weapons, depriving them access to humanitarian assistance. I express appreciation and gratitude to the government for supporting the Palestine struggle against imperialism and apartheid Israel and settlers colonialism, and thank the legal team for their dedication, skills, and commitment. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Modise. Is there any objection? None. Thank you. The motion is agreed to. Honorable Mukai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance and move without notice that the House, 1, knows the untimely and sudden passing of dear Antam councillor in Calvinia in the Northern Cape, Councillor Aubrey Classen. 2, sympathizes with his wife, children, and the broader family, and remembers Councillor Classen for being loyal to the cause and dedicated to serving the greater Calvinia community, where he was loved by all who knew him. Observes a moment of silence for the life and legacy of Councillor Classen. Further, this House therefore offers its condolences to the family, friends, colleagues, and the broader Calvinia community. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Mukai. Is there any objection? None. The motion is agreed to. Honorable Molokombe.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council note that on the 25th and to 27 October, government held a 3-day meeting with their majesties, kings, queens, and principal traditional leaders from across South Africa, and this event was addressed by the Deputy President, Ntate Mashadile. Also note that the following a meet and greet session with their majesties undertaken by Minister Habisi as well as Deputy Minister Prince Zolile Benz Kamashi and Dr. Namani Dixon Masemola on the 30th August 2024. Further note that government recognizes and support the critical role of traditional leaders, institutions in South Africa, constitutional democracy. Call on their majesties to continue to play the critical role in nation building and social cohesion through the promotion of peace, stability, and unity within the community, the traditional communities falling under their jurisdiction. Yeah, English. I so move, Chair.
You Honorable Molokumme, is there any objection? None, thank you. The motion is agreed to. I'm now moving to Honorable van der Berg.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that this House notes that Peter Kutse has won multiple gold medals during the first two legs of the 2024 World Aquatics Swimming World Cup. Further notes that after the second stop in Incheon, South Korea, Kutse had already contributed 7 medals to South Africa's count of 13 medals. Congratulates Kutse on winning 5 gold medals, recognizes his teammates Rebecca Meeder and Chad Leclerc for their respective medals, and wishes Team South Africa the best of luck during the final leg in Singapore. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable van den Berg. Is there any objection? The motion is agreed to. I'm now moving on to Honorable Dlangisa Notata.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House note that on the 16th October 2024, the world celebrated the World Food Day. Also note that World Food Day is an annual reminder that food insecurity and malnourishment remain widespread and may worsen due to a range of ongoing threats, including climate change, inflation, geopolitical conflict, and more. Call on all South African government to be part of global efforts to find solutions to the root causes of food insecurity and domestically start a process to increase a number of zero-rated food items to alleviate the burden on the poorest of the poor. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Notata. Is there any objection? None. The motion is agreed to. I'm moving to Honorable Skier Kochel.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House extends its warm wishes to the members of the Hindu community as they celebrate the joyful festival of Diwali, or also known as Deepavali. Recognize that this vibrant festival of light symbolizes the triumph of light over darkness, reminding us of the importance of peace, prosperity, and unity in our rich diversity. Expresses its hope that the illuminating spirit of Diwali guides us toward a brighter future. Hopes that this occasion serves as a time of renewal and hope for all, bringing joy and blessings to all those who celebrate and your loved ones. I so move.
Is there an objection to this motion? Honourable members, you must indicate. When you keep quiet, I take it that you agree to it. Is that a concern? I didn't ask your opinion on Honourable Badenhorst. The motion is agreed to. Honourable Sithole. Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House, number one, note with the sadness of the passing of former Minister of Labor and High Commission to Canada, Membathisi Shepherd Mdladlana on the 18th of October 2024. Number two, also note that Mr. Mdladlana was accorded a special official funeral category 2 as declared by Deputy President Paul Mashatile, who was the acting president. Number three, further note that Mr. Mdladlana became a member of South African First Democratic Parliament in 1994. 4 years later, he was appointed Minister of Labor by the President Nelson Mandela and was retained in this role by the following presidents: Mr. Mbeki, Mr. Motlanthe, and Zuma. Lastly, we offer our deepest condolences to the family, friends, and comrades of Mr. Mdladlana. I so move. Thank you, Honorable Stoli. Is there any objection? The motion is agreed to. I'm now moving on to Honorable Feni.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House noted with sadness and disgust the killing of Eastern Cape traditional leader Nkosikazi Thenjiwe Eunice Nogcinile Mtikaka. Also, the rape and robbery of 7 matric pupils in Mqhekwezini village outside Mthatha in the Eastern Cape. Call on the South African Police Service to work tirelessly with the community to find these callous criminals and the justice system to deal with them very, very harshly. Offer our deepest condolences to Nkosikazi Mtikaka, Amadlomo Royal Clan, and the Abathembu Kingdom more broadly. Further, offer our deep sympathies to the learners who experience gender-based violence at a critical phase of their young lives and educational journey. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Feni. Is there any objection? The motion is agreed to. Honorable Modise.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the glorious African National Congress that the House note with consent that the Israel Parliament passed a law that bans the United Nations Relief and Work Agency from operating in its territory. Also note that the United Nations Relief and Work Agency is the primary supplier of food and other humanitarian aid in Gaza, and the ban will have a massive impact on its ability to operate. Further note that the ban by apartheid Israel drew swift and sharp criticism from global community, including Germany, the US, and the UK, who are staunch allies of Israel. Therefore, call on the United Nations and the global world to do everything in their power to defend and save the lives of the Palestinian people. I so move.
Is there any objection to this motion? The motion is agreed to. Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The United Democratic Movement moves without notice that the House notes with great disappointment the alleged misuse of public funds used to provide protection services to the 5 ANC councillors at Buffalo City Metro Municipality in the Eastern Cape. Further notes, it has been reported that protection services were provided to these councillors without evidence of direct threats against them. As a result, there are no case numbers that indicates that these councillors has notified the police about their unsafety. Condemns any actions that undermines public trust and accountability, particularly in the management of public funds. We support the ongoing investigation by the Public Protector and the Department of Operational and Governance and International Affairs into this matter. It is crucial that all public officials uphold the highest standard of integrity and that any misuse of funds is addressed transparently. The Department of Cooperation and Governance and International Affairs to engage on robust oversights in all municipalities and enforce effective measures to strengthen good leadership and management skills in order to achieve good and clean governance. Further calls the Public Protector and the Department of Corporational Governance and Traditional Affairs to conduct a thorough investigation into this alleged misuse of funds related to security services provided to the councillors and do consequence management to these who are found guilty of financial misconduct. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Peters. Is there any objection, Honorable Nkosi?
Chair, honorable members, good afternoon. I rise on the behalf of the mighty African National Congress to object to the motion.
The motion is defeated. Are there any further motions without notice? You can start, Honorable Member, and I've noted, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes that the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro in the Eastern Cape Province suffered severe rainfall last week, resulting in a devastating flood within the region. Notes that 4 people lost their lives due to the flood, which left a further 3,000 people homeless and destitute. Notes that severe damage was caused to numerous businesses and business owners. Further notes that these severe loss and damages could have been mitigated if the stormwater drainage system in the metropolitan area was properly maintained by the Metro, and calls upon this House to express its condolences to the families, friends and loved ones of the deceased, express its sympathy with victims of the flood, and condemn the failure of the Metro to properly maintain its stormwater drainage system. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Is there any objection? None. The motion is agreed to. Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party and the people of South Africa to move a motion without notice that this House notes with deep concern the escalating cases of fires, destroying human settlements, and the late responses by fire in the Johannesburg area. We highlight the distressing case, including one that left destitutes without shelter over their heads, especially at George Gosh Informal Human Settlement, JP Flats, and other informal settlements. We recognize the inability of, we need to recognize the inability of the government to institute innovative measures to deal with backlog on housing and to ensure that large population of previously disadvantaged individuals acquire human settlement closer to their economic activities. We urge the government to convert all abandoned and hijacked buildings to human settlements for the poor and previously disadvantaged, and to develop a policy where land is given to the previously disadvantaged people, in particular, the Africans who can't afford building houses for themselves closer to the economic activities. We affirm the expropriation of land without compensation. Thank you.
Is there any objection? The motion is defeated. Honorable Ngobo.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of MK to move a motion without notice pursuant to Rule 99 of the National Council of Provinces rules. That the Council notes with concern the recent reports of inadequate healthcare services in Gauteng provincial hospitals, particularly the shortage of medical supplies and staff, and calls upon the Gauteng provincial government to provide a comprehensive plan to address the shortage of medical supplies and staff, allocate sufficient funding to improve healthcare infrastructure,
ensure accountability and consequences for officials responsible for the current state of healthcare services. The recent reports of inadequate healthcare services in Gauteng provincial hospitals are alarming and accessible. The people of Gauteng deserve quality healthcare services. Immediate action is necessary to address this crisis. I request that this motion be debated urgently, considering the severity of the situation. I so move. Thank you.
We were on motions without notice, Honorable Ngobo. And I take it that if we were to convert that and put it before the House for objection, if there is any objection, none. The motion without notice is being agreed to. Honorable du Plessis.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I hereby move for a motion without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House expresses its condolences to the community of Ennerdale, Johannesburg, who lost two political stalwarts during the 2024 election campaign, Omar Doris Duisel and Raymond Ardens. That the House expresses its gratitude for their lifelong dedication to the fight for liberation since the 1980s, and that the House recognizes them both as examples of leaders who tirelessly fought for their community without the need for title or accolade, and that the House thanks their family for lending them to the community where they changed countless lives for the better. I so move.
Is there any objection? None. The motion is agreed to. Honorable delegates, I will now allow an opportunity I will now proceed to the subject for debate as is printed on the order paper. Taking decisive measures to deal with construction mafias and systemic extortion in the construction industry in South Africa. And I also want to take this opportunity to welcome our Minister of Police, as well as the MEC who are present here with us. And also appreciate, Minister, the work that has been done thus far in making sure the safety of our communities. Indeed, the 100 days of delivery we can see in your portfolio as well. It is there for everyone to see. Having said that, I would like to call upon the first speaker, who is Honorable Kaunda. You've got 20 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I don't have time on my screen here. I hope that the Chairperson will also time me if I go beyond. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister of the Police in the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Senzo Mkhulu.
Honorable member, can you just pause a bit? Can we have the timer set, please? Because I can't even time you. And I don't want to disadvantage you either or give you extra minutes. I don't trust your watch. Your watch is upside down, anti-clockwise. How do we time? Honorable member, if you can just give us 5 minutes. I'm told that the system is not working, so we're trying to get the manual system. Can we get Honorable Kaunda back? See outside. Thank you very much for your understanding, honorable members. We can resume to the business of the day. Honorable Kaunda, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, the office bearers of the NCOP, Honorable Minister of the Police in the Republic of South Africa, all MECs present, permanent delegates and special delegates, and the members of the public, good afternoon to you all. Honorable Chair, let me indicate from the onset that it has been a historical mission of the African National Congress to ensure that people of South Africa are safe and live in a peaceful country. As testimony to this commitment, in 1955, the African National Congress, together with all stakeholders, participated in the formulation of the Freedom Charter, clearly stated that in the Freedom Charter that there shall be peace and friendship. Building on this noble goal, when the democratically elected government led by the African National Congress took over in 1994, it took it upon itself to develop a constitution which is admired over the world. One of the cardinal pillars of our constitution is the Bill of Rights, which guarantees, among other things, a right to life. This section of the constitution states very clearly that people must be free from all forms of violence. It is a matter of public record, Honorable Chairperson, that our country is facing a huge challenge of escalating crime as a caring government. We cannot sit back and fold our arms when criminals are terrorizing our communities. Recently, we have witnessed the increase in the crime of extortions and construction mafias. This calls for radical action among all of us charged with the responsibility to serve our nation. Thus, we welcome the decisive action that has been taken by the Minister of the Police, Honorable Senzo Mchunu, and South African Police Services to send a clear message to criminals that they have no place in the society. This drastic and collective action is important if we want to realize the vision set out in the NDP that it's our blueprint, which says that, and I quote, in 2030, people living in South Africa should feel safe and have no fear of crime. I close quote. It goes further to elaborate on other aspects. Therefore, whatever we do to fight crime in the country, it must align with this noble vision. Importantly, we must put our communities at the center of our crime fighting efforts by ensuring that community fighting crime structures, particularly community police forums and other structures constituted by business, traditional leadership, interfaith organizations are adequately supported so that they can become the eyes and ears of the police on the ground. To deal with the crime of extortion, Honorable Chair, we must declare zero tolerance to construction mafias who continuously invade and stop projects. This is an act of criminality, and we are happy that the police are beginning to deal decisively with extortions. If I can make an example, in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Chairperson, when this sketch started to show its ugly face, both government, business, police came together to look at how we can then formulate responses to this sketch. It was therefore agreed that special teams will be formed to actually respond to this challenge. And indeed, they did a wonderful job. We started to see the shift when it comes to the manner in which these extortionists massified their actions. Equally, as government, Honorable Chairperson, we must put more measures in place that will be able to empower emerging entrepreneurs on how to access business opportunities within the confines of the law. We're indeed concerned that when construction mafias disrupt projects, they are not only discouraging investments in a particular area or city, but they also delay service delivery to communities. If you look at the projects that have been stopped by these mafias, you'll realize that most of them, in their character, are catalytic projects which are intended to stimulate economic growth in the communities which we are serving as government. And that will eventually create jobs, necessary jobs that are required in those communities. So therefore, it is important and necessitates that all the concerted efforts that we must put are aimed at rooting out this scourge. Honorable Chair, we must remember that government made a commitment to invest in infrastructure to grow our economy, create much needed jobs, and accelerate service delivery. Therefore, we must form a united front against crime and squeeze the space of construction mafias to operate. They must cease to exist, and we can't co-govern with the criminals. Honorable Chairperson, we also want to allude to the fact that as we move forward as government, we need to encourage departments, municipalities, all spheres of government that when projects initiation is conducted, committees should be taken on board so that they know exactly what opportunities will be made available for communities, rather than allowing people to come on site to stop projects. So it necessitates that proactiveness on its own will then therefore defeat the scourge of crime that is starting to dominate in our areas. Honorable Chairperson, we must also emphasize the importance of the allocation of adequate resources to police stations, including satellite police stations, for improved service delivery. This will enable the police to respond timeously and effectively to crime incidents reported to their police areas, especially on these mafias that are presenting themselves. Honorable Chair, we also want to call upon the Competition Commission to further investigate the other actions of other construction mafias. Those actions include the companies that collude so that they escalate prices to prevent the emerging companies to fully participate in the economy of our country. So that on its own is an exercise that defeats the provisions of the Constitution to avail opportunities to all residents equally. And there should be a fairness and just actions by all departments, especially when procurement is conducted. That is Section 217 of the Constitution, which therefore dictates that government should take that into cognizance. We must also emphasize the importance of ensuring that communities on their own, they formulate cooperatives as well as enterprise developments so that they are able to participate fully in the opportunities that are made available by government. Honorable members, for us to achieve peace and stability in our country, we must work tirelessly to reduce and remove everything that drives crime and criminality in our society. This includes the heavy firearms that these criminals present when they arrive on site. The proliferation of illegal firearms, it is a scourge, Honorable Minister, that we must deal with. Drugs and alcohol, abuse of alcohol, is also needs to be looked at. For us to succeed in this, we need to build positive societal attitudes and values by increasing the strength, capacity, and resilience of individuals, families, and communities in relation to no risk factors that make communities unsafe. Ngifuna ukusho ngesiZulu lokhu esihlalo wendlu ukuthi ezinye inkinga zobugebengu sizidala thina ngokuthi kube khona abesilisa abahambe ke bekhuleliswa abantu besifazane zonke indawo kodwa bengondli. Uma benza kanjalo lezo ingane sifaka ubudlwembe kuzo, sifaka inkinga ezokwenza ukuthi ngelinye ilanga ziphenduke zibe zigebengu, zigcine lezi ingane sekuyizona ezithi sifuna ukuthi le pheni esayizwa ungamazi ubaba sizwise abanye abantu sibabulala. Ngakho ke konke lokhu kukhombisa ukuthi ukulwa nobugebengu akusiwona amaphoyisa kuphela esihlalo ekufanele sibheke kuona, kodwa kufanele sibheke ukuthi imindeni siyiqinisa kanjani, siyakha kanjani bezakhiwo eziqinile ezokwazi ukurejecta these social ills. Ngoba uma ngabe imindeni ibuthakathaka, leyo mndeni noma kanjani izokhiqiza abantu esingalindele bebe khona kwi-society yethu. Ingakho ke mhlawumbe ngaphambi hlalo sikubeka kubalekile ukuthi the say that says it takes a village to raise a child in our communities, and there are very weak family structures which we recognized, which are not productive enough to produce people who become responsible citizens in our country. So therefore, it necessitates that we work together. Mawubona ingane kamakhelwane ingasithandi isikole, akufuneki umakhelwane athi kuhle ingafundi, ngoba lokho kunomthelela emphakathini uma ngabe ingasafundile leyo ngane igcine ingasakwazi kuba nekusasa eliqhakazile. Ngakho kubugebengu into eyakhiwa izinto ezahlukahlukene. Abject poverty, unemployment, inequalities are the major contributory factors to social ills, which are now engulfing our society. Crime targets poor families, hence you'll find that in the main, you'll find that even gender-based violence takes the same trends. When the head of the family is unemployed, it brings about the matter of inferiority, that it starts developing divisions within the family. Amanye nje amadoda akhala ngokuthi uma ngabe ungasebenzi uzizwa sengathi awuyona indoda ekhaya. Ngakho-ke kufanele sikwazi ukulwisana nokungaqashwa kwabantu, sikwazi ukudala amathuba omsebenzi, ukwenza ukuthi sikwazi ukuresponda kulezi zimo esibhekene nazo. Sifuna ukusho ukuthi fighting crime, Honorable Chairperson, indeed it is a collective responsibility. We must build a united front against crime, especially the sketch that we are seeing of extortions, but there's a new dimension, Honorable Chairperson, where people, they get registered without their knowledge in insurance companies. Then after that, you'll find that there are massive matters related to that action. So there must be a way that we intervene as government to try and put some legislation which protects the vulnerable, especially when people are put without their knowledge. It should become a crime, it should be criminalized. And anyone who found that I'm being put in a particular police, but without my knowledge, even if the intention is good, you must be approached on that, because the eventuality in nowadays is that people get killed so that people can accumulate their own wealth. The other issue, Chair, which I would like to raise, which is very important, is that fighting this scourge of extortions in our communities, the departments and companies should not make themselves vulnerable, because in some instances, you'll find that companies, because they were fearing of their own lives, they submit themselves to these construction mafias and say, as long as you need money, we'll give you money, because some of them, they come and ask for these extortions. I need 3 million before the project proceeds. So that on its own, it perpetuates the crime that we are intended to deal with. So I'll appeal, Honorable Chairperson, that as we move forward, we combine our concerted efforts in the strides to ensure that we limit the existence of such behavior in our communities. Enye into edala ke lobugebengu ukuthi abantu sebaba amavila basafuna ukusebenza. Uma ngabe ubabheka ke abantu bafuna izinto eziza kalula. Ngakho ke kubalekile ukuthi wonke umuntu ofuna ukuthola ibenefit kufanele asebenze kanzima, ngoba kufanele ukhombise ukujuluka ekuthenini ukwazi ukwenza lo msebenzi efanele uwenze. Ingakho ke kubalekile ukuthi uma silwisana nesihlava imphakathi yakithi siyivunguze, sikwazi ukuthi sibambisane nayo, sigqugqumezele ukuthi iparticipate ngendlela esemthethweni kuzo zonke izinto. Bengizocela ke Honorable Chair ukuthi when I come back with my 5 minutes, we add the remaining minutes to give the way forward. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaunda. Now, don't worry, I can defer your 5 minutes to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the honorable members of the NCOP for this opportunity. Indeed, I can't agree more with Honorable Kaunda in everything that he said. Just start with the issue of systematic extortion and rise of this thing called construction mafias is gravely impacting on our construction industry and by extension on the economy of the country, especially economic growth. And it's a matter that needs to be fought with all cylinders. We must add on this too, other crimes, CIT on the package, because it occurs, these things occur frequently, but also add business robberies. And add that the weapon of choice in all of them is an illegal gun. And therefore all of these things need to be brought into a package, and they're very dangerous. Now, these criminal syndicates have infiltrated construction sites across South Africa, demanding protection fees including on moving trucks. When they see a truck moving, they stop it, 10,000 rand to release. It doesn't become protection fee, it becomes release fee. And all of that. They grab on anything that they think they can make money from. And just before we started here, we were receiving a report of an active crime scene somewhere in the south of Johannesburg, around Vereeniging. Three of the suspects in business robberies failed to stop when police were stopping them, and they started shooting. And one of our police officers survived a shooting on the leg, but on their side there were three of them. Only one survived by running away. The others have been neutralized. Now, I'm beginning to indicate the strategies and how we're dealing with the matter, but to do so, the ministry and police themselves have a multi-pronged approach, which we are strengthening on an ongoing basis. And tomorrow, yes, Friday, we will be finalizing the structure of subs to begin to talk to what we are seeing in terms of units, possibly removing other units and establishing other units relevant to what we're seeing on a daily basis, so that we are more effective and efficient in fighting this kind of crime. But the multi-pronged strategy includes a number of units, including Hawks, but also we are calling other units, and we think that very soon on serious parts or aspects of this, we need to include NPA as well in the planning and execution of some of these plans. We just, as I touched on CIT, we recently had a very successful meeting with more than 14 companies that are involved in moving money around CITs. And as of today, they were following up with a meeting to strengthen the MOU that is there between SAPS and them, but we see that it needs to be revised and strengthened. I was quite impressed with their preparedness and determination to fight crimes, both on the street and as individual companies, but also as a collective. Now, we have signed these cooperations, as honorable members of the NCOP will be aware, with metros throughout South Africa and were done. And today we're taking a very long, comprehensive report on what has since happened in Cape Town alone. Quite an impressive report. I so wish that one day we could find time to share what is coming out in terms of progress. And these are all the efforts to ensure that we contain, not only do we contain, but we eliminate some of these crimes, if not all of them. And therefore, we have high hopes on the actions that we're taking jointly with municipalities, especially the metros throughout the country. We do have stats of what has happened this year in each of the provinces on extortions, on mafias, as we call them. I don't know why we're calling them mafias, but maybe they are, including the other crimes that I added on different provinces. But what we want to encourage more than any other thing is that those authorities whose projects are interfered with in this manner, they must open cases. They must open cases. Normally what they do, they WhatsApp us and say, here is a picture or a video, and it was happening, but there's no case opened. And it becomes quite difficult to manage a case which is reported on without cases and so we encourage them. If it's a school project, do so. If it is, it means Public Works must go and open a case or on the spot, or the school or whoever is responsible as an authority there. Now, people say they are afraid. You can open a case without really saying who you are in any police station in South Africa, so that you don't get a case, a reported case bouncing back to you, or you can actually use a hotline. There are, of course, a few challenges which we are intensifying our focus on, such as intelligence, on just dedicated on mafias, on extortions. But I do want to emphasize that as part of our strategy to combat them is to meet them on the street as and when they do all of these things. And we're getting much more effective in that regard. But intelligence is necessary to preempt and to prevent. So we're looking at improving access to advanced surveillance tools. What is going to happen in the metros in the near future? We're going to cover them from wall to wall on cameras as our agreement takes off in all these cities, so that we can see movement, catch movement right at the beginning. So that is coming as part of our strategy. Honorable Speaker, the Chair, the construction industry, we regard it as a very, very, very critical pillar for our nation's development. It is part of the plan, on the three priorities on economic growth, which is the first one. We are relying on construction, on critical infrastructure, which is from construction point of view, to grow the economy of the country. And therefore, these people, what they are doing actually, they are sabotaging existing economy, and they are sabotaging efforts by the current government to grow the economy. And they're selfish, these people, because whatever they do is for their stomach and their friends and so on. So the country and the population is benefiting nothing from what is happening. They feed their own greed and all other nefarious tendencies that they have. And therefore, they need to be fought and confronted. And that is going to happen. If not happening now, as I say, it is happening, actually. It's just that we can't report everything, but we do get reports of things that are running. And I do want to undertake and assure South Africa and the NCOP that all law enforcements in the country are being galvanized and mobilized to ensure that we are a South Africa that is free of mafias of this kind. Now, the government is committed, therefore, to restore security and transparency, including in the sector. We are yet to meet, possibly with Public Works, construction industry in the country, so that we can have a synergized strategy as we move on, so they don't fight that way. We're on the other side and we don't know what's happening. Like we have done, as I've indicated, with the CIT industry. Coordination and aligning our efforts is extremely important at this point in time if we are to overcome the problem. Now, 10 suspects have so far been arrested on extortion-related cases in the Eastern Cape alone, and is the same in other provinces. In the Eastern Cape, in Umtata, our efforts include removing them from occupying buildings illegally, as it had been a culture there in the past few years. But we're saying we're banning that, we're removing that. But individually, these people are welcome to do normal processes. It's not like we are saying they don't deserve to participate in the economy of the country. They do, but they are welcome. But what we are emphasizing is that do it lawfully, just like everybody else. Don't be indlovu yangena because akho kwandlovu. Yeke ke yongena, ayikho. So these things of people who regard themselves as untouchable, what and all of that, there's nothing untouchable. Nobody is untouchable. This is the Republic of South Africa. There's a constitution, there's law enforcement. If people want to test law enforcement in the country, let them do so. And there will then be a consequence all the time. Now, we stand united in our mission to ensure South Africa remains a safe, a vibrant, an attractive place to invest, work, and build a future for our children. None of us here, none of us outside this house say, no, let there be disorder. Let there be people who walk to construction sites and just say, I'm demanding 2 million to protect you, and then I'm not going to do anything. Now, those are criminals. Those don't deserve to be part of us, and they will be dealt with just like that. But I do want to warn South Africa, let's stop being friendly and be associated with these people. No matter how nice it could be, getting free money, if there's something like that, because it's dangerous. When they link you up with this, when they get arrested, because quite a number of them are in the hands of law enforcement for commission of crimes in the past few months. But we're hunting more and we're grabbing more. Some we grab even around on Operation Chanela, when they go to ATMs and all of that, and we investigate them, and they remain on the hunt, and we catch them there. And therefore, I think all of us as South Africa, in government, outside government, all communities in areas of Amakosi, in municipalities, in provinces, let us be united. These people are few. They are not many. They are few, and they can't defeat all of us as we stand united to fight and remove the scourge of a form of violence. It's not just crime, mafia, construction, and all of that. It's just a form of violence, this one, because when they get an opportunity, they murder, they commit murder, these people, and they combine their efforts with foreigners. We know that. They invite foreigners because they hope to divide the spoils and all of that. But thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and thank you for accepting the invite to participate in this important debate. I'm told that you've got other pressing commitments. The Minister is free to leave us anytime he feels like. Once again, we thank you for honoring this invite. I'm now moving on to the next speaker, Honorable Skier Gochel from Democratic Alliance.
Chairperson, fellow South Africans, today I want to address a critical issue that undermines our nation's progress, the pervasive influence of the construction mafia on service delivery. A recent World Bank report highlighted a stark reality. Crime in South Africa costs us nearly 10% of our gross domestic product every year. It's not just a statistic. It reflects the direct losses, security expenditures, and the opportunity costs that stifle our growth and our development. During our oversight to KwaZulu-Natal last week, we heard the term business forum being thrown around, often used to sugarcoat the activities of a group that obstruct service delivery. Let us be clear. These are not business forums. True businesses seek to grow and build. These groups should be aptly named what they truly are, chochi forums. Entities that rob our citizens and of their right to receive basic services from the government. Chairperson, the issue of construction mafias is not new. The Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime noted a significant rise in extortion around 2014-2015, coinciding with the troubling decline of state capacity during the era of state capture. This period marked by compromised integrity and weakened state-owned enterprises created an environment ripe for organized crime. Weak governance structures and inadequate oversight mechanisms have only exacerbated the problem, leading to the lack of accountability within the law enforcement. We must recognize that resilient public infrastructure is essential for economic growth and poverty alleviation. The South African Institution of Civil Engineering has given our social infrastructure a D rating, our passenger rail an alarming E rating. Every day we witness the devastating consequences of this neglect, poor roads leading to accidents, disease outbreaks, and deteriorating public health. Consider the findings of the Department of Water and Sanitation 2023 Blue Drop Report, which reveals that 46% of our water treatment plants have unacceptable microbiological water quality. This is staggering and unacceptable figure, as quality water is a human right. At the heart of this crisis lies the kleptocracy that gained momentum during the Zoomification of the state. The emergence of mass-based patronage has provided fertile ground for corrupt construction syndicates. We see politicians, these chochi forums, operating in a toxic symbiosis, undermining the very foundations of our democracy. Robert Cardro wisely noted, power doesn't always corrupt. Power always reveals. When individuals in power are free to act as they wish, their true character is revealed. We see leaders hoarding power for selfish gain while others strive to share it for common good. The ultimate test of leadership is how one treats those who lack power. To combat these entrenched criminal networks and restore dignity to our public institution, we must take decisive action. I propose the following steps. Suspend the preferential procurement regulations and the Public Procurement Act, which currently facilitates corrupt practices in our tender processes. Develop a cohesive procurement policy that ensures uniformity across state entities. Break this insidious 30% backhand rule, which is central to the construction mafia. Promote transparency and public engagement in decision-making process to foster trust between project developers and the communities they serve. Address the economic inequality, drawing insights from the World Bank 2022 Inequality Report to create a more equitable opportunities for all South Africans. Reform SUPs by eliminating automatic promotions without performance assessment. Rectifying the dysfunctional disciplinary systems and addressing the collaboration of compromised officers within the criminal networks. Chairperson, to ensure a stable local government, we must pursue rapid, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth. However, this can only be achieved if we eradicate the embedded criminality within our government and political structures. To fulfill the priorities of the GNU, we must build a capable and ethical state through diligent oversight. Let us remember the ethos of Batho Pele. We belong, we care, we serve. Together, we can restore dignity and hope to our communities. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skierkochel. I'm now inviting the next speaker on the speakers list, Honorable Mqinga, representing EFF. Over to you, Ndlovukazi.
Chairperson, I would like to extend sincere condolences and prayers to the Abatembu Royal House for the loss of Inkosikazi Nogcinile Mthikhaga. Batembu, dithi tutwini, sithi siyi-EFF, akuhlanga lungehlanga bodiba, bosophitsho, bodlomo, bogubengcuka. Sithi sikunye nani kweli lifu limnyama lithelanehlela. Siphinde kwakhona sithi sikunye nezintsapho zamasana ayadlwengulwa emqhekezweni. Sithi siyi-EFF sizawukwenza ngamandla ukulwa ke ngoku ngoba sibonile into yokokuba anikhuselekanga ningabantu balapha eMzantsi Afrika. Sizawuqinisa ke ngoku apha ekulweni. Sizakulwa nikhuseleke kwiSouth Africa jikelele. Chairperson, I stand here as a proud member of the Economic Freedom Fighters and a committed ground force and a dedicated representative of the people of South Africa. And today I stand before you to debate on extortion, a persistent problem affecting all of us, a pandemic that has gripped this country, controlling territory and drawing profits through illegal means. It is an issue which not only hurts our economy, but is destroying businesses, delaying infrastructure projects, and making everyday life harder for ordinary South Africans. Firstly, let's look at the damage this problem has caused. Billions of rands meant for important projects have been wasted due to corruption and delays. Projects that were supposed to help our communities are standing incomplete, services delayed. As the Economic Freedom Fighters, we have asked President Cyril Ramaphosa in this house at the NCOP and on various other platforms to declare this a national crisis or a state emergency. But to date, he has not done so. He has ignored this issue, allowing our people to suffer. Declaring this as a crisis will help us get resources and support needed to tackle the problem properly, starting with the ad hoc committee we had put as a motion in the National Assembly. This is necessary. This is a necessary act as extortion threatens the safety and well-being of our people and holds back our country's progress. Across all provinces, our people are subjected to violent extortionary practices, fees, syndicates, as criminals threaten local residents. And if the president does not take this seriously, then who will? We need strong leadership to act immediately on this problem. Every day that this issue is ignored, more people are affected, and our country falls further behind. The process of declaring a national crisis relies on leaders the South African people voted for. Yet the DA-led coalition has failed to take immediate action to protect communities. Kodwa abantu baye banivotela nama phambi kwabantu nathi xa nifuna ivoti le GNU into yokokuba sizaba kunye nani bantu igazi liyaphalala niphi animahoyanga abantu bayafa abantu bayadutyulwa minister. Simple necessary steps are delayed, leaving citizens unprotected. Why? How much longer must South Africans wait for true accountability? Instead, we are provided a document that tells us about alarming rise of construction mafia in South Africa, KZN being number 1, Western Cape being number 2, Eastern Cape, Gauteng 3 and 4. Asifuna uvalidate thina sifuna abantu babe protected. Despite efforts like multidisciplinary extortion intervention plan and Operation Silapa, extortionist groups continue to thrive because many people are afraid to report them, and some are even working with them. Let this government be reminded of our people's strength. It was ordinary South Africans who, through strong willpower, pushed for change against apartheid. South Africans have not forgotten their past. The first passed laws, land dispossession, this unresolved issue of extortion may lead to a breakout of frustration if left ignored. We must not undermine our people, nor should we take their patience for granted. Chairperson, the rise of kidnappings related to extortion is another worrying sign. During oversight in Limpopo, we discovered that people are afraid to talk about what is happening because they fear for their lives. This highlights the need for a strong plan to fight extortion and restore trust in our communities. All this happens under the watchful eye of our police service, as there is a lack of proper and visible policing in many rural areas and townships. Look what just happened this week in a great place. But yet the government says that they are taking care of traditional leaders. Where was a police mobile station in the great place for Inkoskazi Yabathembu to be shot? Our constitutional section 205 mandates South African Police Service to prevent and fight crime. But the South African Police Service itself is overwhelmed, and some cases implicated in these crimes. The Prevention Organized Crime Act criminalizes organized crime, including extortion. It is our duty to enforce it. When an investigative officer is assigned to probe someone they trained with, or even their commander, it creates a conflict that undermines justice. What is needed is a new recruiting system and a specialized training academy focused on fighting extortion. Ngoba kwi training academy zamapolisa ayikho into ethetha nge-extortion. So sifuna kubekho a special academy ezawuthetha nge-extortion, ezawufundisa nge-extortion, ngoba siyababona lamaphara nezi gangsters into yoba they are 10 steps ahead of us. So we need to make sure into yokokuba we come with a new curriculum for police academy so that we can be 100 steps ahead of these extortionists. Establishing a specialized department, much like the Border Management Authority formed in 2020, to improve the management of South Africa's borders and enhance national security. The main issue is that many people are struggling to find jobs and support their families. That has driven some into desperate situations which lead them to extortion. Extortion is a direct consequence of unemployment. President Cyril Ramaphosa buthembisa abantu imisebenzi, kodwa abantu abanawo imisebenzi, benze extortion ngoku so that bazokuhlohla apha esuswini abantu balambile. Extortion started in a DA-led Cape Town as a problem in construction industry, but now has spread to other areas. Criminals are demanding money from business owners, workers, and even people trying to live their daily lives. A white contractor who was building RDB houses near Delft in Cape Town was shot and killed because he refused to pay a protection fee. This man lost his life because criminals are controlling construction projects and demanding money. This is not an isolated incident. It is happening in many areas across the country. In Gqeberha, for an example, you need to pay a protection fee if you want to avoid having your car hijacked. Criminals are forcing property owners to share their rental income with them in exchange of safety. This shows how deeply extortion has rooted itself in our society. It is not only criminals we are dealing with here. There are also corrupt government officials who demand money for projects or process payments. Ubona nje into yoba kukho ii-projects ezidileyayo okanye ezikolapsayo because umntu ufuneka athi make sure into yoba ubhatala laa mntu uzawubhatala. Uthathwe i-6 months, unyaka, i-contract ayilindele imali, funeka ibhatala abantu bayo. Kodwa ayikwazi ubabhatala ngoba akakabhatalwa ngurhulumente. This corruption has caused major delays in the payment of contractors, making it difficult for essential projects to be completed. The combination of criminal extortion and government corruption is a double blow in our communities. In Durban, Umtata, Gqeberha, Umlazi, KwaNongoma, Cape Town, and Gauteng, people are forced to pay protection fees, avoid violence. Wake wayivaphi loo nto? For instance, here in Cape Town, layer DA, scholar transport contractors must pay fees to operate, putting children's education at risk. Thina siyi-EFF siyafonelwa ngamapolisa, bathi nabo, bathi abantwana mabangayi esikolweni namhlanje, ukuba aba bantu bane-scholar transport ababhatali imali. Abantwana ngoku are not going to school because funeka kubhatalwe i-scholar transport. Even government officials are involved. Malusi Boy from the Democratic Alliance was linked to a 1 billion tender scandal, showing that extortion affects all levels. It truly diated London. 1 billion imkile. The EFF calls for the government to declare extortion as a national crisis. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters, has here in the House and many other platforms offered numerous solutions to this problem. We have highlighted extortion as a complex and deeply rooted problem that requires a robust response from our justice system. We need to establish specialized courts or designated judges assigned to handle extortion cases promptly. We need strict whistleblowers protection laws and mechanism put in place that will ensure that individuals with information about extortion or other crimes can come forward without fear of backlash. Because nale toll-free number unayo, Minister, abantu bayasiripotela into yoba ufowuna namhlanje kuzawubakho ipolisa elizawuxelela laa mntu uripotiweyo ubone nge-extortion sifike endlini isithi ucinga ungandiripota emapoliseni. So nalo toll-free number ayisebenzi, Minister. We need to rethink about policing strategy before the entire country turns into a den of criminals. We also need to reform our contracts so that they are managed by the state-owned entities and not rely on private companies. This will help complete them on time, create jobs, and reduce extortion risks. Because umntu xa efumene tender, kutyeba nje lo mntu wale tender, naba nezi-directors abo qha. Kanti ukuba i-tender system inoyekwa, ibe ngurhulumente owakha izindlu, ibe ngurhulumente owakha indlela. Loo nto izawukwenza into abantu babe nemisebenzi, kuyekwe nale extortionist, kuyekwe namaphara athi afumane imisebenzi. Siye kupharwa apha phandle. Honorable Chairperson, we must act now. Extortion is damaging our society and affecting everyone from businesses to scholar children. If we don't address this, it will only worsen. Chairperson, sodlulwa nguDe Klerk, uPresident De Klerk, wabona into yoba abantu banamandla, Chairperson. Wabona into yoba abantu bahambile baye exile, beyokulwa, bezobuya bazobulala amabhulu. Ahlala phansi amabhulu acinga. Athi no, aba bantu banzima ngoba baqumbile. Bazawubuya bazosibulala apha eSouth Africa, masikhululeni uMandela. Bakhulula uMandela, kwayile nto iyiyo njengoba besibambe nge-constitution emane ilingalinga apha. Sithi, si-EFF, President, masidibaneni singabantu. Sibambeneni ngesandla. Singenzi i-country yethu ibe lolu hlobo. IMzantsi Africa is becoming into umuntu angakwazi uhlala kuyo. Siyakucela President, siyakucela Minister into yokokuba yenzani i-extortionist ibe yi-national crisis. Abantu sithumela amajoni, ndiyava njengokuba i-Ministry of Defence ithi into yoba amajoni awuzoyinceda le nto. Ukuba sinoba nomajoni ekwezi ndawo zine-high grade ye-extortionist, abantu bazokoyika ukuya uyothatha imali ebantwini. Siyanicela nikhule amajoni, abantu bethu bazoba protected. Izikolo ziyavalwa, nasi isikolo eMthatha sivaliwe, sabantu abantwana abangaboniyo, abangaviyo. Ngoba baya extort, bafunwa i-protection fee. Siyacela Minister we-Defence, khupha amajoni, kwakho amashaka apha ngenye unyaka. Siyacela abantu bethu bayoyika. Enkosi Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ndlovukazi. Order, honorable members. The next speaker is Honorable Mulukume.
Re ko leboge modulasetulo. Ke dumedishe our honorable minister and members in the house. Re ke thome ka go bontšha chair gore we have to acknowledge the work that is done by our government.
Thank you.
When we look chair in social medias, re bona ha botse gore mmušo wa rena wa bereka. The way re bonang maphodisa a rena di a mmereko o mokaone ka ona, ba tshwarang batho ba e le goreng ba dia tše e le gore mmušo wa rena o kwane le tšona tša bogodu kapa bosenyi. We are very much proud that minister wa rena o bereka mošomo o tshwanetše o bereka. And this thing, Chair, we can't come here and blame each other because crime as in ntho e planang ke batho ba ba leng ka mo. So ke national crisis of which ke responsibility ya rena ka moka ba re bereka mmušo gore re lwantšhe crime. Chair, the fight against crime in this country requires a capacitated law enforcement agency that works hand in hand with the communities to fight crime and build safer communities. The Justice, Crime Prevention and Security cluster in general has been affected by budget cuts for some years. In the recent past, the government has moved in a direction to capacitate the JCPS cluster. This also included allocation for budget to the police to capacitate it. The impact of budget cuts to the cluster has had negative impact on how the law enforcement agency responds to challenges of crime. The situation is made worse by what the state capture report observed as deliberate hallowing of the law enforcement agency by those who had interior motives. In this regard, the president in his address to the nation on the response of government of the State Capture Commission report said, I quote, Chair, the Commission's report notes that state capture is facilitated by a deliberate efforts to subvert and weaken law enforcement and intelligence agencies so as to shield and sustain illicit activities and avoid accountability and to disempower opponents, close quote. From these observations, by the state capture, we can expedite that the weakening of law enforcement agency and intelligence agencies has created a conducive environment for other criminal activities to thrive. Activities such as extortion and construction mafias. But not all is doom and gloom. The President highlighted some of the interventions that have been undertaken by government to strengthen the capacity of the law enforcement agencies in a way to revise the intention of the state capture agenda. The President said, "We have appointed new leadership at the Hawks, an institution that was targeted for weakening, which has since then secured 4,500 convictions for corruptions and other priority crimes." The NPA was another institution that was deliberately weakened. We have appointed a new National Director of Public Prosecution on the recommendation of an independent panel following a transparent public processes. Further that, Chair, we established the NPA Investigation Directorate to prosecute state capture and other significant corruption cases, and now to further strengthen existing anti-corruption capabilities. The Investigation Directorate will be established as a permanent entity within the NPA. The President concluded on this matter by saying, we appointed the SIU Special Tribunal to expedite the recovery of stolen funds. Since its establishment, it has recovered over 8.6 billion, of which this is a chairperson. They are working really. We undertook measures to end corruption and politicization at the State Security Agency. We amended the State Capture Commission's regulations to enable sharing of information and resources with NPA on state capture cases. These are some of the interventions taken by government to capacitate the weakened law enforcement agencies. We are also encouraged by the allocation of budget to the Department of Police by the Minister of Finance in the previous budget, where allocation was made for the recruitment of at least 10,000 police officers per year. Even though the 10,000 per year recruitment of police officers may not bring the country closer to the United Nations ratio of 1 police officer for every 220 people, we, however, believe that this recruitment is a step in the right direction to capacitate the police to fight crime, including extortion and construction mafias. On the legislative front, Department has passed the General Intelligence Law Amendment Bill that is aimed at strengthening the coordination of the intelligence agencies in our country. We have already seen intelligence-led operations by police that has intercepted criminal activities, including the cash in transit heights. We have also seen intelligence-led operations in the province of Eastern Cape to fight extortion. All this does not suggest that all is well, but an indication of some positive development in the capacitation of the law enforcement agencies. We will continue to advocate for further positive budget adjustment to the JCPS cluster with the intention to strengthen its capacity. It is common case that police alone may not win the fight against crime, including extortion and construction mafia. This needs all of us and also our communities to hold hands together so that we can be able to fight these crimes. It is crucial that as members of the communities, we should lend a hand in the fight against crime. The extortions and construction mafia live within our communities. They are known to members of communities. Therefore, we should report them to the police for their criminal activities. If we know those criminals and elect not to report them to the police, will be complicit in their crime. We encourage our people to come out and report crime and criminal activities in their communities, including the crime of extortion. We are aware that those who are victims of this crime of extortion and construction mafia are threatened not to report, and therefore they are fearful of reporting these crimes. We urge them to report the crime and that the police should provide them with the necessary protection they require. We must be part of community policing forums and contribute to the fight against crime. And I've seen, Chair, this community policing forum working in most of our communities. If we can participate in these forums, I think it will help us to fight the crime. We are encouraged that the Minister of Police has initiated cooperative agreement with various metros in our country to join hands in the fight against crime. We believe that this initiative will assist in resolving and fighting the crime in this country. Chairperson, as I conclude, I want to retaliate that we see the work that our minister and the president and the initiatives that they are doing. So we are very much proud of the work that we are seeing and the arrest, even though the budget that we know, even though we know that we will lead budget cut in the department, but they are doing their best to make sure that they put these criminals to book. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Molokomme. I'm now calling the next speaker on the speakers list, Honorable Mokoena.
You're still here?
Oh, yes. But they got rid of me.
I thought they recalled you.
Revolutionary greetings to my president, Jacob Zuma, my party leader, Dr. John M. Hlophe, the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister, the MEC, and my fellow delegates. Good afternoon. This is a national crisis. Our beloved South Africa faces a challenge that's not going to fix itself overnight or go away. We find ourselves at a crossroads where we have to decide what kind of country we want to be. Are we a country that allows fear, violence to shape our communities, or are we a nation that steps up, takes responsibility, and does the hard work to create a better future? South Africans deserve more than to live in fear of thugs and criminals running rampage in our streets. They deserve to live in a community where hard work is rewarded, where business can thrive, and where every child grows up safe, dreaming big. But dreams alone won't get us anywhere. We've got to take bold steps. We've got to be willing to make the changes that need to be made. And we've got to be unflinching in our commitment to justice and safety of our people. That's what today's struggle is all about. And that's why I stand here today. This is not a kind of crisis that makes headline one day and gets forgotten the next. This one is clearly here to stay. So unless we tackle it together head on, it's not going anywhere. It's as if we are living in a bad action movie, but instead of a strong hero saving our day, we've got a cast of villains, construction mafias, extortionists, criminals. They're threatening our communities, undermining the rule of law, and pushing our country to its breaking point. Now, if you look at our opposition, the DA-led coalition government, they'll tell you that everything is under control. They'll point you to the so-called multidisciplinary extortion intervention plan with subs, and mountain of committees that they've put up. while they're busy patting themselves on the back with decisive plans that do not work. Ask anyone in our communities, and they'll tell you this. Intervention plans that have put in place are just merely non-existent. A lot of fancy word, but little to show for it. Let's talk numbers. Since 2014, these construction mafias have spread like wildfire. They started out in KZN, my beautiful province, but now they're in every corner of our country. They didn't arrive quietly either. They burst in like unwanted guests at a party, and they've been taking up residence in nearly every industry. These criminals are brazen, marching onto construction sites, demanding protection fees, threatening local leaders, and they've got the nerve to call it economic transformation. But let's be real, these criminals aren't interested in transformation. They're interested in domination. They're not building communities or lifting people up. They are tearing us down in the name of green. Meanwhile, over here, the DA-led coalition government are still adding more committees, forming more task forces, and finding new ways to stall the actual work. It's almost as impressive as talent dragging, but it's not really working. They've told us that they're making strides in hotlines. Hotlines do not work. They've essentially handed us a phone number and called it a solution. I wonder how this coalition government will feel if they had to dial a hotline every time one of these thugs showed up at their doorstep. I think you'll realize pretty quickly that a hotline does not stop threats or keep our people safe. Over 6,000 extortionist cases have been reported. And how many convictions do we have? 178. 6,000 cases, hundreds of communities under siege, and yet only 178 criminals actually convicted in the last 5 years. The people are terrified. Contractors are losing their businesses. Our economy is bleeding, all while the government offers lip service and hotlines. But let me tell you what the MK party stands for, because we're not here to play games. We're not interested in passing the buck or creating awareness. We're here to protect our people. And to that, we demand an independent anti-mafia task force, one with real power, free from political interference, that answers directly to Parliament. This task force will be focused entirely on dismantling this extortionist ring. We expect regular, transparent updates and progress, because unlike certain parties, we believe in holding ourselves accountable to our people. The DA-led coalition government methods have been tried, have been tested, they have failed. They've got more task forces than actual results. While they tied up in endless meetings, people are now wondering if they are next on these mafia lists. And meanwhile, the government's answer to a fragmented, sluggish response that leaves our police under-resourced, our committees overwhelmed, and our people unprotected. Imagine if we applied the same haphazard response to something like fire. Picture it, blazing fire has broken out, spreading through our communities, and the DA-led coalition government arrives with a bucket of water and a promise to organize more resources soon. How do we expect this approach to work with organized crime? Crime that is sophisticated, crime that is well-funded, that doesn't wait for committees to decide on the next step. The MK party stands ready to lead. Our proposal for an independent anti-mafia task force is simple but effective. It will operate independently without the usual political meddling that we've seen within the GNU. This is about restoring safety, dignity of our communities, and there's nothing more revolutionary than putting power back into the hands of the people, free from fear. And let's be clear, the task force isn't a temporary fix. It's a commitment for a safer future, a future where our people can live and work without constant threats of extortion, where our leaders don't have to look over their shoulders, where our communities can thrive, knowing their government is working for them and not just talking all about it, as we've seen within the GNU.
I'm so jealous.
But if there's a silver lining, it is that the truth is finally coming out. And as painful as the moment of our country, we're hopeful that by the 2026 elections, South Africa would have had enough time to see that these promises are simply empty and hollow. The MK party will be here, ready and waiting to step in to bring the real change, to rebuild the trust of the nation, and to lead with genuine resolve. So in the regard, I suppose that we should thank you for making our path of victory much clearer. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokwena. However, we've got the responsibility not to misrepresent facts. We don't have the DA-led GNU government. We've got the ANC-led government, GNU, which leads the government GNU. I think we must just put that straight on record. This is an ANC-led GNU, which is leading the government. Thank you very much. I'm now moving on to Honorable Mamabolo.
Can I be protected?
You're protected, Honorable
Thank you very
Mamabolo.
much, honorable members. Let me take the opportunity to extend a warm greeting to you, Honorable Chair and Deputy Chair, all the presiding officers, the Chief Whip, Party Whips, greetings to the Honorable Minister of Police, all participating in the debate. Let me acknowledge Deputy Ministers, Premier Services, the leadership of SALGA, all councillors, and of course, all the people. I'm very much glad, honorable members, to start by conveying the apology of Honorable Premier Panyaza Lesufi, who would have really wished to be here. Let me also take the opportunity, and we heartily do this, honorable members, to thank the NCOP for very good work done in the successive debates that seeks to mainstream and elevate and of course mobilize the whole of government and the people, especially on key critical issues. And to that extent, Gauteng province welcomes and appreciates the debate on taking decisive measures to deal with construction mafias and systemic extortion in the construction industry in South Africa. We must congratulate you for elevating this very important matter. Now, honorable members, let me start by acknowledging the point made by the president of the country, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, when he addressed the joint sitting of Parliament on Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan on the 15th October 2020, open quote. Decisive action against crime and corruption is essential to inclusive growth. Criminal elements in our country have taken to the illegal occupation of construction sites and soliciting protection money from businesses. To combat these practices, a joint rapid response team at a national and provincial level will respond to the problem of violent disruptions at construction sites and other business activities, close quote. Now, let me also proceed by referring to what Honorable Premier Panyaza Lesufi said when delivering the budget speech of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety. And this is what he said. We are thrilled and excited about our budget of 2.3 billion. Of this, 1.1 billion will be allocated to our elevated priorities of recruiting more personnel
to fight crime, to provide more tools of trade to our law enforcement agencies, and to lease more helicopters so that the fight against crime can be intensified, close quote. Now, let me flowing from what has been said by the Premier and of course the President, proceed to share with members the impact of this phenomena of the construction mafia and extortionists. The negative impact of these criminal acts is, of course, wide-ranging and includes, amongst others, but not limited to, project over time runs, which leads to late completion of construction projects against the set timelines. The cost overruns, which are consequent of project delays due to project disruptions. Disputes, and of course that includes arbitration and litigation, which arise from the losses incurred through schedule overruns, and of course additional costs and timelines related to the engagement of various professionals that help us with the disputes. Also, total project abandonment, of course, with massive cost implications and schedule overruns in project execution that often lead to contractors abandoning sites. Now, honorable members, these are among some of the impact these have, and of course, denying communities the required infrastructure investments that are critical to growing the economy, creating jobs, and of course, improving the living conditions of the people. Having said that, let me proceed to acknowledge and appreciate the input, very decisive, very clear, comprehensive and detailed interventions outlined by the Honorable Minister. But in addition to that, I'd like to say to honorable members that in our province, it is important to note, and I think we might be the only province thus far, that convenes law enforcement meetings bringing all our municipalities every Tuesday, 6 o'clock in the afternoon with the Premier, where we discuss integration of law enforcement operations, technologies, and of course, various resources such as CCTV cameras and other resources to make sure that we can strengthen, integrate, and improve our law enforcement operations. Also, allow me to share with you that it is through combined and integrated capacity of the state that we will be able to succeed in fighting and combating the scourge of criminal activity led by the construction mafia and of course extortionists. I would like to remind this House of the debate that we had early after the reopening of this House about the role of the three spheres of government working with the people and of course the district development model, that remains the most profound, best and correct way to confront any challenge that faces us, and we call for cooperation amongst all spheres of government working with the people to ensure that we can deal with these activities. I'd also like to say to honorable members that, of course, in our province, through the infrastructure delivery platform that we have recently launched, that we have identified about 8 projects that require further analysis and assessment with regard to data and information that point out to various forms of disruptions. And of course, we will be mobilizing law enforcement agencies across the 3 spheres of government to make sure that we pay attention to these projects that we became aware thanks to the smart digital platform that we have created, which is helping us to monitor our projects. Allow me to conclude by assuring all the people that as Gauteng province, we remain confident that working together as the 3 spheres of government, we will win the battle and prevail over what is purely acts of criminality, while of course we deliver infrastructure, grow the economy, create jobs, and empower the people, and of course, improve their quality of lives. Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Mamabolo, and we really appreciate you for being present in the House. We are now moving on to the next speaker, Honorable Farmer.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, honorable members. Extortion is a sneaky crime that targets the weakness and fears of individuals and businesses. It's coercing someone to hand over money, services, or other benefits under the threat of violence, exposure, or other harm. Unlike blackmail, which is often opportunistic and based on information found by chance, extortion is premeditated and malicious. We have seen that these extortioners, whether individuals or organized crime groups, their methods are both clever and or brutal. Extortion is more systematic and aggressive. It targets businesses using threats of physical harm, property damage, or even kidnapping to get what they want. Understanding this is the first step to recognizing and dealing with extortion. Fear and retaliation often keeps victims silent and allows the extortion to continue unchecked. The one type of extortion we are dealing with is corporate extortion. Businesses are targeted with threats to unless a ransom is paid. This type of extortion can ruin a company's reputation and financial stability. We are also dealing with physical threats. Extortion can also be physical if demands are not met. This type of extortion is the most insidious as it targets the victim's safety. Example is someone threatening to harm a family member unless a ransom is paid. This plays on the victim's fear of physical harm or loss of life, making it the most terrifying form of extortion. When dealing with extortion, cases can be complex and sensitive. Extortion involves coercing someone into fulfilling an unwarranted demand, typically for money through threats of harm, exposure, or other forms of intimidation. Understanding this crime's intricacies and knowing how to address it is essential for both individuals and businesses. Extortion often involves significant emotional and financial strain. The perpetrators might threaten physical injury, reputational damage, or exposure of confidential information. In some cases, these threats extend to the victim's family members, exacerbating the situation's severity. Uncovering the perpetrator's identity and methods could only be done by skilled individuals. The value of discretion and how to operate with the highest confidentiality is crucial in dealing with such cases. The nature of extortion can vary, but it frequently includes elements of force and coercion. For instance, in the corporate world, a common form of extortion involves threats to reveal trade secrets or proprietary information unless an unwarranted demand is met. This type of intimidation can severely impact a company's operations and reputation. One would need investigators that are adept at handling such corporate threats, using surveillance and digital forensics to gather critical evidence. Dealing with extortion requires a strategic and thorough approach. We need trained investigators to handle the various forms of extortion, whether they involve physical threats, reputational damage, or financial coercion. By collecting comprehensive evidence and working closely with law enforcement would help to ensure that the perpetrators are held accountable for their actions. Victims of extortion feel threatened and unable to act due to fear of retaliation. This fear can paralyze individuals and businesses, making it difficult to respond effectively. We should provide the support and guidance needed to navigate these challenging situations. The legal landscape surrounding extortion is complex. We need expertise to ensure that we operate within the bounds of the law. We should understand the importance of reasonable grounds in pursuing legal action and ensuring that all evidence collected is admissible in court. This includes meticulous documentation of all threats and demands, whether communicated through text messages, emails, or other means. In conclusion, dealing with extortion requires professional intervention to protect the victim's interest and secure their safety. We should have investigators specifically trained for this task, individuals equipped with the skills and experience to help navigate these challenges. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer, for the input. The next participant in this important debate is Honorable Mayor, the MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure in KZN. Because on the visual platform. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, members of this High House, the NCOP. It is an honor to address you here today, representing the peace-loving, law-abiding people of KwaZulu-Natal and that most wonderful of democratic creations, the Government of Provincial Unity. 4 parties united around a fantastic constitution of the Republic of South Africa. A constitution, by the way, House Chair, I was once more particularly proud of this month, and today, the last day of Pride Month in South Africa, where we both celebrate the rights we as the LGBTIQ community has in South Africa and remember and highlight the plight of our fellow community members in many other countries in Africa and outside who can still be arrested and even killed for whom they love, as well as those in our own country who are still bullied, beaten up, and murdered for the ones they love. Let me apologize, Chair, for not appearing before you in person. It is for 2 reasons. Firstly, we in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure takes cost-cutting very seriously, and this includes minimizing travel. And secondly, I'm in the lovely town of Mandini today and tomorrow, where we are taking the legislature to the people, following our mandate to ensure that democracy is as close to the communities as we can get it. But House Chair, we are here today to talk about a very serious threat to our democracy. I love reading, and have even as a child. And I remember fondly reading a type of fairy tale of a man who could go around with his merry men, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. I do, of course, not refer to that other fairy tale character, Karl Marx, but of course, I'm referring to Robin Hood. KZN since 2015, and to the Honourable Member of the EFF, this is where it started. And now the whole of South Africa are under siege by shadowy figures who try and package themselves as Robin Hoods. They go around not on proud horses, but in double cabs, not bravely wielding swords, but brandishing AK-47s, pretending to steal from that evil rich monster, the government, and giving to the poor. But like Robin Hood, this is a mere story, and their story is far from the truth. For these are not heroic figures fighting for justice, but are common thugs, petty criminals, and the communities of KZN are now seeing them for what they are, thieves who steal from the community and give to themselves. For when projects of the provincial government goes millions of rands over budget due to delays, it is the people who suffer, as that means less service delivery. When a school takes 4 years to build due to delays, it is the learners of that community that suffers. Like all criminality, this crime has victims, and as always, it is the poor and marginalized that suffers the most from these crimes. Chair, a few weeks ago, we were honored to host a KZN delegation of the NCOP, and we took them to Menzies High School in Umlazi. The school is in a terrible state, old classrooms, overcrowded, and not conducive to learning. Yet, the educators of that school does an amazing job in teaching, and the parents and learners in that community shows their dedication, and this school maintains 100% pass rate for matrics. A project was started to build new classrooms, state-of-the-art, to help that community excel even more. But this project has been delayed for years through criminality. Twice there were even shootouts between security and SAPS on the one side and these common criminals on the other. Shootouts at the school, Chairperson. These are no Robin Hoods, but rather Al Capones, gangsters in it for themselves. And who suffers through these acts? Is it us in this house today? No, it is the youth of Umlazi, prevented from getting a world-class education. But Chair, we are back on site, we are building, and the learners and educators of Menzi will get their new classrooms. But how did we get here? When its ugliness reared its monstrous head in 2015, the government of the day decided to negotiate. Can you imagine that? Negotiating with criminals. Once you do that, once you give in to their demands will get more and more. If you give them a slice of the cake that they don't deserve, they will demand a bigger slice, and of every cake, until there is nothing left. Those days are over. The so-called construction mafia might send me some vague messages, but I will bite the bullet and stand firm, for there is nothing vague in my message to them. The government of KwaZulu-Natal does not negotiate with criminals. When a thief breaks into your house and you phone the police don't arrive and say to the thief, okay, take the TV, but leave the laptop. No, they arrest the thief and charge him. And that is what will happen here. Chair, I also want to thank SAPS and the NPA for now standing up and acting against these common criminals. Although as a good liberal, I of course are concerned about the high level of killings from SAPS, as the police cannot be the judge, jury, and the executioner. But we welcome the strong actions by SAPS and KZN, for this is, in a large extent, a law enforcement matter. But like most crimes, this is a societal challenge with complicated origins, and our response must be holistic. The reality is that in the past, a space was created for this extortionist to function in. Let me be clear. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in KwaZulu-Natal remains completely committed to ensuring that our communities benefit from our projects through local employment, local procurement, and local development as far as possible and reasonable. But we leave engaging with communities too late, or leave it to the contractors, and thus struggle to find people with the necessary skills or subcontractors that meet the requirements within the communities. I can thus announce that we are in the process of creating a unit within the department that will focus on increased and improved community engagement. Right at the earliest phase, when a client department approaches us, we will engage with the community. We will do a skills audit, and let's say we now know we need bricklayers or roofers, we will assist communities in getting the necessary skills in advance. We will bring in financial advisors from the department, and we will bring in other departments like Home Affairs and SARS to assist local companies with their documentation and registration. So that when the contractors are appointed, there are trained local labor and local companies ready and able to be subcontracted. This, we believe, will go a long way in closing the door to extortionists, improve community ownership of our projects, and most importantly, benefit our local communities. To further assist the department in this, I would like to announce that we will next year launch an infrastructure advisory body made up of various experts that will assist not only public works and infrastructure, but other departments and local government in identifying vital projects and advising on the skills and expertise needed in our communities. Also, House Chair, it's important that we distinguish between legitimate business forums and community representative groups on the one hand, and these extortionists on the other. I remain firm. Anyone that wants to talk to us under the flag of peace is welcome to do so. If you show up under the flag of violence and criminality, do not call us, and we will most definitely not call you. This does not mean we will give preferential treatment to any specific forums or business groups, but it does mean that we will work with those who respect the rule of law. But Chair, we have 9 provinces, and this scourge is now happening in all 9 provinces. So there's no use we take these measures in KZN if they will still negotiate in other provinces. It will not work if government will take a tough stance, but the private sector prefers soft diplomacy in negotiation. We all need to speak with one voice, act with one vision, and stand up, united together. So after engaging with the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure on this, I'm overjoyed to announce that the National Minister have called a national conference on this challenge to the built industry. That will happen on the 18th of November, and that will happen in KZN. Various role players and all 9 provinces will come together and agree on a unified response to this criminality. I thank Minister McPherson for heeding our call and for also taking a tough and strong stance against the so-called construction mafia. The Minister also asked me what else the National Department can do to assist. And I said he can build an extension to Westville Prison because we will be sending more people his way. House Chair, people often ask me if I'm not scared of speaking out. People ask me if we can actually win this battle. And I say to them, we are South Africans. The people of this great country stood up and defeated the evil apartheid government. The people of this country united and built a new country. The people of this country has stood strong in the sight of a lot of adversity. If we could do that together, we can surely, if we stand together, defeat plain and petty criminals, nothing more than bullies. Our mission remains clear. We will build KZN better. I thank you.
La raza.
No, thank you, Honorable MEC Mayor, for the encouraging ways of some tracking. I think we must smooth some track on all these tasks to deal with all those tasks. So the next speaker on the platform is Honorable Mukaya from the Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, honorable members and fellow South Africans, good day. Today we debate the national crisis of growing extortion rings and what we have come to term the construction mafia saga. The emergence of extortionists and criminals that are masquerading as business forums and in organized syndicates have invaded construction sites across the country, demanding money, employment, or a stake in these ventures under the threat of violence. It is important to understand the impact of the construction sector in our economy. The sector is one of the most important job-creating industries, with the private sector alone employing nearly 6,000 people, 600,000 people. Investment in the sector not only benefits the country through improved infrastructure, but creates hundreds of thousands of jobs on construction sites and throughout the entire construction sector value chain. However, the rise of criminal extortion groups targeting the sector threatens its stability. When the 7th administration started, we received a vision to turn the country into a construction site. This vision is based on the realization that investment in public and private infrastructure is an important tool to address the many challenges facing our struggling economy. Honorable House Chair and members, these extortionists are plain criminal elements and must be described as such. In its research report titled Extortion or Transformation, the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime indicates that while no country is immune to systematic extortion from criminal groups, the extent and impact of the activity depend on the ability of the state to address extortion economies as they arise. The report further stresses that activities of the so-called construction mafia have been fueled by the weak response from the state, allowing them to expand their activities. By 2019, at least 183 infrastructure and construction projects with more than 63 billion rands were affected by these disruptions across the country. Since then, invasions have continued at construction sites countrywide. And to understand the severity of the situation, between 1 April 2019 and 31 March 2024, a total of 6,056 extortion cases were reported, which resulted in 2,389 arrests. However, only 178 convictions were recorded for the same period. Honorable House Chair, we note the multidisciplinary extortionist intervention plan 2024 presented to Parliament by the net joints. While we welcome the intervention, we agree that Parliament must continue to monitor and receive regular updates on the content and implementation of the multidisciplinary extortionist intervention plan 2024 and the national strategy on extortion, including related successes and challenges in this regard. An environment needs to be created that will encourage victims of extortion to feel safe enough to report these crimes. The state, through its crime and other intelligence services, must address the issue of members of the construction mafia accessing and using illegal firearms. Additionally, early warning systems need to be developed to detect and prevent extortion as it arises. Chairperson, at a policing level, a systematic approach is required that includes intelligence-led strategies to combat groups involved in extortion, while also establishing common standards for investigations of cases involving extortion. While the state and criminal justice system are at the forefront in dealing with the systematic extortion being carried out by the construction mafia, business and communities also have a role to play. These different groups need to work together to build an effective strategy for dealing with systematic extortion in the construction sector. As I conclude, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, challenges will always be there. No house is perfect. However, what sets us apart is our willingness to roll up our sleeves and get our hands dirty. I believe no problem is insurmountable. With the right attitude and a strong political will, the extortion rings and the phenomenon of the construction mafia must be dealt with head-on, and no stone should be left unturned in cracking down on these criminal activities. I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mukai. Limpopo and KZN at the back, please. Let's come back to the discussion here. Honorable Mukai, thanks a lot for the input you have just made. The next speaker on the platform will be Honorable Brett from the Free State. Over to you,
Fata bread.
Honorable House Chair, construction mafias have tormented this country for the last decade. They employ tactics such as extortion, violence, intimidation, and disruption to advance their objectives. The Inclusive Society Institute, in a report in December of 2023, said the following: extortion has seeped into the fabric of business landscapes and is now considered an unfortunate cost of doing business. And I think we can all agree that this is not the way it is supposed to be, and that we need to fight this at all costs. It does, however, not get better, because last year, the World Bank released a report putting the cost of crime in South Africa at the equivalent of 9.6% of the country's gross domestic product. This includes direct losses of 2.6% of GDP, 4.2% of expenditures such as security and insurance, and 2.8% in opportunity costs. The estimated impact of criminal extortion on businesses in 2023 alone was a whopping 49 billion rand, money that could have been used to build multiple schools, thousands of homes, many kilometers of roads, upgraded necessary infrastructure to improve service delivery, and secured a permanent supply of water, electricity, and ensured a functional sewer system. These criminal networks exploit, and well, let's be honest, expose the vulnerabilities within our government. This has been a very expensive lesson to learn the hard way. The decisive action by Nat Joints and all other relevant role players is very welcome, although the question that begs to be asked is why only now? Why has it taken government so long to concretely address this matter? Did certain people first want to line their own pockets before addressing this issue? And don't come for me for this statement, but facts are facts. South Africa is known for the corruption in its public sector. Corruption that should have been addressed a long time ago. As South Africa's Forum of Civil Engineering Contractors CEO, Webster Mafebe, says, violence begets violence. And I'll leave it at that. It is commendable that there is now a multidisciplinary extortions intervention plan 2024 and national strategy on extortion that has been adopted and been implementing. But addressing this crisis does not stop there. Al die speke van hierdie wiel gaan geolie moet wees en daadwerklik hul rol speel om konstruksiemafias vir eens en vir altyd op te los. Die volgende gaan spesifiek in ag geneem moet word. Ons polisiediens gaan bemagtig moet word met gespesialiseerde personeel wat se alleen mandaat die bekamping van hierdie mafias is. Dit is soos destyds toe transito roofdogte die hoogte ingeslaan het. Ek glo dieselfde sal hier gebeur as ons so eenheid daarstel. Daar gaan gereelde skakeling tussen die verskillende rolspelers moet wees om toe te sien dat pap nie op die grond val nie. En die NVG gaan self bemagtig moet word om toe te sien dat sake na aanmelding nie net in die niet verdwyn nie, maar gaan daadwerklike vervolging moet sien. En dan gaan die persone wat hierdie misdade rapporteer beskerm moet word om toe te sien dat hulle nie op hulle beurt gedreig, uitgebuit of selfs vermoor word nie, om maar enkele voorstelle te noem. Terence Corrigan, a project manager at the Institute of Race Relations, sums up what needs to be done perfectly. He mentions a few things that have already been instigated, such as a joint investigative and prosecuting task team, but continues by saying, and I quote, South Africa must also make a turnaround in its political and administrative culture, which has long tolerated the interference between politics and criminality. It's unlikely that the construction mafia would have gained traction had elements of political elite not provided the implicit or explicit sanction for its demands, or had individual politicians not collaborated with it, others appeased it, and the wider public tolerated it. That being said, I have hope, maybe naive hope, that the proposed interventions might work, but we need to see political will. Otherwise, this will only be pies in the sky. We need to restore and rebuild South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brett. The next speaker, hopefully he's on the visual platform, is Honorable Mabuyane, the Premier of the Eastern Cape. Dia.
Honorable Chair, I'm here. Am I audible? Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to presiding officers and the Minister, members of the NCOP, and all honorable members. Good afternoon. Firstly, Chair, let me profusely apologize for not being there in person. I've made an apology due to hectic schedule from this side. Honorable Chair, let me appreciate the opportunity to make an input in today's debate held under the topic, taking decisive measures to deal with construction mafias and systemic extortion in the construction industry in South Africa. I join this debate, Honorable Chair and honorable members, with a heavy heart because crime in general is getting out of control in our country and in the Eastern Cape province is not spared. Over the past few weeks, we have seen a rise in a spate of violent crimes in our province where our people have been murdered through the barrel of a gun. We buried 18 people members in Lusikisiki. A week later, 6 CPF members were gunned down in Kumbu. Last week, 5 family members were shot and killed in Biji outside Mthatha. Yesterday, we woke up in the sad news of that Mama Unogcinile Mtekhaga of Abathembu clan that was shot and killed at her home. And the young people who are writing matric exams were also raped. It was only not Mama Unogcinile, there's also another 8-year-old woman who was also raped and killed in the same area, just a stone thrown away from the home of Mama Unogcinile. Clearly, criminals have no respect for human life, Honorable Chair, and the rule of law. It is our responsibility as lawmakers not to allow criminals to ruin this beautiful country under our watch. The first step we must take is to refrain from politicizing crime and mobilize our collective thinking to combat crime regardless of our different political ideologies. Secondly, we need to advance efforts to safeguard the economy against damage to infrastructure, extortion at construction sites, corruption, and proliferation of illicit economy. We recognize that crime often stems from socio-economic hardships. Therefore, our approach must be holistic, addressing the root causes. We've got to confront the issue of inclusive opportunities by creating jobs and supporting entrepreneurship to provide legitimate avenues for income. We must work on skills development, investing in education and vocational training to equip youth with tools needed for success. That includes those who are actually out on parole. I think it must be compulsory in our correctional services that people are put through skills development programs. We've seen this when people can come out of jail, they go out in hardships and struggle, they recommit crimes. We must also have an access to services, improving healthcare, housing, and social services to uplift standard of living. We must support the vulnerable by implementing programs that protect and assist those most affected by poverty and inequality. Part of the reason, Honorable Chair, we are having challenge of the so-called construction mafia is that the construction sector is not transforming at the rate we want, and there's a lot of barriers for previously disadvantaged individuals. We need to remove those barriers and empower emerging contractors to grow. Sandral is doing a lot of good job in this regard, and other agencies and government departments must follow suit. In the road construction work that Sandral is doing in the Eastern Cape, more than 700 SMMEs are benefiting from contract packages, ensuring their financial sustainability and growth. Therefore, no one can tell us that it is not doable in other construction-related work. Over and above these interventions, honorable members, these interventions to level the playing field in the construction sector, honorable members, there is an urgent need for a more strategic and consolidated response to organized crime, which imposes a real existential threat to our economy and democracy. Government is prioritizing the Detective Services Program and Crime Intelligence Program with respective budgets of 71.3 billion and 15.1 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework. The Civilian Secretariat for Police Services is currently processing amendment to SARB's Act, which was informed by the 1993 interim constitution. The Secretariat is also finalizing the national policing policy, which will serve as an overarching framework for policing and will accommodate the provincial needs and priorities in line with Section 206, subsection 1 and subsection 2 of our Constitution. As part of the work undertaken by our government, the establishment of the South African Law Reform Commission by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to review the Civil Proceeding Evidence Act 25 of 1965, the Insolvency Act 24 of 1936, and the repeal of the apartheid era legislation, the CPA, is part of a progressive transformative agenda to improve the entire criminal justice system. These changes will focus on victims' rights and support, as well as review the parole system and bail conditions. The review process, albeit a lengthy one due to complex competing legal principles, would result in improved performance of the criminal justice system. We've alerted that some of the most violent and heinous crimes in our province are orchestrated from the prisons, mainly Wellington and St. Albans, Wellington in Mthatha and St. Albans in Gqeberha. Working with the Department of Correctional Services, the police have started operation in these two prisons. From the operations conducted in St. Albans, several contrabands were found and confiscated. The police are working to link this to criminal activities happening outside the prison. Additionally, the Department of Correctional Services is working on a project to control the use of cell phone inside the prison, and this will be piloted in St. Albans. As the Eastern Cape Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, We call on all the political parties represented in this august house, business and civil society to join hands in the fight against extortion. And we believe as Eastern Cape that government must protect the fiscus. Project has got a start date, it has got an end date. Project must be done on budget, must be done on time. That's why we've made a call nationally also to President that all the catalytic projects, whether it's in Zimvubu, multi-purpose dam, whether it's N2 highway, with those two wonders of our continent, we need to get some soldiers around there just to protect those sites so that projects are done on time. We don't lose money. Government lost money in Mtendu when government had to terminate a contract which was there due to these disturbances of the construction mafia. This actually is an antithesis of our development trajectory. We've got targets to meet by 2030. We've got a 2030 vision. So all of us, we must work together in a very collaborative way to make sure that we don't give space for construction mafia. We can't have a country that harbors these kind of acts. We can't coexist with these criminals. We can't coexist with these thugs. We must definitely make sure that we work hard to change people's lives. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Dia, for the input you've just made. I think this House cannot agree more with you that this criminality must be nabbed from the root, because we cannot agree that children, our own little girls, can be raped when they're preparing for exams. I think that it needs the national effort. I think this part of this debate is part of coalescing the forces around the motion against these criminals. So thanks a lot, Dia. The next participant in this debate is going to be the councillor, Honorable Councillor Mkhojo from Salga. I hope is on the visual platform.
Yes, I am, Chair.
All right. The floor
Thank
is
you so
yours.
much. Thank you so much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Minister of Police, MECs present, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, distinguished guests, I greet you all. We gather here with a singular and pressing purpose to wage a considered battle against the malicious and destructive forces of protecting fee syndicates and the extortion they inflict upon our communities and businesses. In this fight, we are combating not only the blatant criminality, but also the profound threat the syndicates pose to our nation's progress and the delivery of essential infrastructure to communities. It is by no means, Chair, or an exaggeration when I say what the syndicates are perpetuating is nothing short of economic sabotage. And as government, we call ill afford to remain idle while these criminals run amok and destroy the very fiber of our society. Our country finds itself confronted with what is slowly becoming a perennial challenge that strikes at the very core of our society. The rise of construction mafias and their insidious activities have cast a dark shadow over the country standing as a rule-based state. Of major concern is that this act harbors the possibility of jeopardizing our reputation as an investment destination of choice, which largely hinders on a state rule-based system of governance where law and order is sacrosanct and not negotiable. These criminal networks, driven by greed and lawlessness, continue to relentlessly exploit our communities, sabotage our economy, and obstruct the delivery of vital infrastructure. As the local government fraternity, we call for a considered and coordinated effort to tackle the syndicates, as it is the communities that ultimately face the brunt when projects are delayed or put on hold. This puts additional pressure on local government as fear that interfaces directly with communities. Honorable Chair, it is impossible to discuss this issue without acknowledging the broader context of crime in South Africa, our nation. For all its splendor and promise, grapples with an unacceptably high crime rate that plagues our communities and saps our potential for progress. In the pursuit of justice and security, we are duly bound to confront not only the symptoms, but also the disease of which construction mafias are a part. We are now at an inflection point where the construction companies are forced to pay a sizable amount of proving security at construction sites. This leads to an exponential increase in project costs, putting further strain on the fiscus. Ultimately, delays in completing projects are so consequential that they can end up doubling or even tripling the project cost. Let us not forget the profound impact of construction mafias on our municipalities, the command center of service delivery. These syndicates not only compromise the safety of our municipal officials, but also undermine the critical infrastructure projects that municipalities oversee. Our communities, particularly those in need, bear the brunt of these criminal activities, facing delays in the provision of essential services, from housing to water and sanitation. Construction mafias create a monopoly or oligopoly in the construction industry, stifling competition and driving up prices for construction projects. This can lead to inflated costs for both public and private construction work. Due to substandard materials and construction practices used by construction mafias, the final structures may not meet safety standards. This can result in unsafe buildings that are prone to collapse or other structural failure, endangering the lives of inhabitants. Honorable Chair, the proliferation of construction mafias and associated extortion and intimidation has reached chronic levels that, if not addressed, threatens to turn the country into a haven of criminals. The construction sector, which is disproportionately affected by these malicious crimes, is a major driver of employment and economic growth, mainly due to its higher labor absorption rate. It is therefore in our best interest to protect sector by all means from this syndicate. Local government is ready to deploy its limited resources to aid the fight and push back against these mafias. The growing number of these incidents is of major concern and reflects the stark reality we face. It demands our unwavering attention and action. Honorable Chair, the battle against these syndicates cannot be fought in isolation. The magnitude of this challenge necessitates a coordinated effort, uniting all stakeholders, public and private. It is our collective responsibility to work hand in hand and together create a safer and more prosperous South Africa. We should work together, enhance our intelligence, which will allow us to take proactive steps to confront the syndicates. We shall leave no stone unturned in our quest for justice and for ensuring that the perpetrators face the long arm of the law. The wheels of justice shall turn swiftly, and those who threaten the fabric of our society shall be held accountable. By taking a comprehensive and collaborative approach that involves all stakeholders, government, and society can work towards dismantling construction and business mafias and creating a more transparent and accountable business environment. Civil society organizations and whistleblowers can play a crucial role in exposing legal activities and holding perpetrators accountable. Encouraging a culture of reporting and supporting those who speak out against mafia activities is essential. Raising awareness about the detrimental effects of construction and business mafias on society can help mobilize support for combating this issue. Educational campaigns can inform the public and the risks associated with organized crime and empower individuals to take action. Honorable Chair, today I speak not only as a representative of SALGA, but as a concerned citizen who is deeply troubled by erosion of law and order in our society. Nevertheless, my hope remains unwavering in our nation's resilience, for we have trampled over more formidable challenges in the past. Our challenges may be significant, but our resolve is stronger. Let us emerge from this sitting with a renewed determination to wage a considered battle against the protection fee syndicate, not only for ourselves, but for the future generation. We will create a South Africa where businesses can thrive without fear, where communities can flourish in safety, and where service delivery expertise. We are summoned by a duty to wage a considered battle against this scourge, to shield our communities and businesses from the terrain of criminal extortion, and to declare in no uncertain terms that we shall not allow the shadow of crime to envelop our beloved country, South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mukoshe, for the eloquent input we've just made. So it shows that this problem is a problem of everyone in the country. Thanks a lot, Salga. And then the next participant is going to be Honorable Tomo, the MEC for Public Works in Mpumalanga. I think he's also on the visual platform.
No, thanks a lot, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to greet yourself, greet the Minister Umaklingwane, who's part of us, and also extend my greetings to the Chief Whip and the Premier Mafia and my colleagues in the platform who are also part of this session, and also greet the honorable delegates to the NCOP. Honorable Chairperson, today we gather here to address a critical issue confronted by our country's construction industry, the construction mafias and the systematic extortion practices. In our province, the scourge has infiltrated some of our projects, undermining our efforts to build infrastructure, create jobs, and stimulate economic growth. Honorable Chairperson, it is very important that we highlight that while we have made a significant progress in introducing measures to address the social consequences of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, our economy still has not fully transformed. This has led to rising unemployment, worsening income inequality, and growing impatience in communities where poverty persists. This has created an environment where criminal elements can exploit these conditions. It is unacceptable that poverty and exclusion have become breeding grounds for violence and crime. We must break the cycle by teaching our people that they can participate in the economy without resorting to violence. Tendering, for example, can be a powerful tool for economic empowerment and can be able to empower our small and emerging contractors. Honorable Chairperson, construction sites ranging from small business-driven to large-scale projects are now serving as a prime target for the syndicates. Leveraging local connections, they employ tactics such as extortion, violence, intimidation, and disruption to advance their objectives. Extortion has seeped into the fabric of the projects and construction landscape and is now considered an unfortunate cost of doing business for contractors. In our province, we have had some of these elements also infiltrating major projects across the province. This has affected completion of projects and the provision of service delivery. The R57 road of Muloto upgrade and our parliamentary village projects have been among the projects that have over time delayed due to this disruption. Immediately after assuming the office as the MEC, as the department working with the Department of Community Safety, Security and Liaison in the province, we coordinated efforts to intervene in the disruption of the parliamentary village project. Currently, the project is now in progress and law enforcement authorities remain on high alert to ensure that the project is completed without any forms of intimidation and extortion. Honorable Chairperson, it has generally become a norm in our projects that business forums commonly invade sites and demand 30% of the contract value be allocated to the business forum members. In most cases, business forums have demanded that companies allocate 30% to subcontractors identified by the forums. And in other cases, they will demand the percentage we pay directly to them. There are also examples of business forums demanding more than 30% in our province. Equally, there are cases where forums have invaded sites asking for small amounts to be paid out in cash. These organized groups have been pursuing their activities in the premise of 30%, demanding linked to the provision of the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act 39, which was speaking to the 30% of public procurement contracts for designated groups, as provided in the Preferential Procurement Regulation. Honorable Chairperson, we cannot discount the desire of communities to be part of the mainstream economy, but these construction mafia gangs use extortion methods to demand to be included in the contract and project. Public procurement can indeed help to drive transformation, including the empowerment of designated groups and SMMEs through subcontracting and pre-qualification for preferential procurement. Public procurement can also be used to promote industrial development. However, these public policy objectives must be achieved in accordance with the laws and the Constitution of the Republic, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, the reach of organized criminal elements involve the construction mafia extensive, complicating the situation with business forums, and their involvement in extortion is the blurring of line between certain political actors and these business forums. Some of these business forums are being used as mobilizing instrument for certain political activities. Our local government spheres have a critical role to play in addressing extortion in the construction sector for two reasons, Chair. Firstly, many of the local business forums involved in extortions are based in our townships and ward under the municipal government. Secondly, municipalities are critical stakeholders in the implementation of our projects. Based on this, it is essential, therefore, Chair, that local municipalities also develop a clear and effective strategies to address extortion by the construction mafias and be involved in the implementation of projects from the mobilization period till the completion of the project. In dealing with this type of extortion, it is important, Honorable Chair, to acknowledge that there are socio-economic dimensions to the construction mafias. Economically excluded and depressed communities provide fertile ground for recruitment of forums in our communities into this mafia-type construction. Honorable Chairperson, dealing with this extortion element in South Africa's construction sector, therefore, also require holistic response to address conditions giving rise to this type of extortion. One of the obstacles developing partnership aimed at addressing extortion will be the lack of trust that exists between different actors. It will therefore be critical, Chair, to rebuild trust among different actors, which include our communities. Equally important is for all actors involved to have confidence in the state's ability to address systematic extortion and the mafia-style tactics. In conclusion, Chair, the time for decisive action is now against these elements. We must protect our economy, our people, and our infrastructure. We have a responsibility to work together to eradicate construction mafias and systematic extortion in our country's construction industry. I thank you, Chair.
Siyabonga Thomo Ndabezitha Makubo. Again, we still emphasize that we must wage a total onslaught against these mafias. We cannot agree more with you as this House. The next speaker on the platform will be Honorable Vessels, Chairperson of Infrastructure, Western Cape. I don't know whether it's on the, oh, I heard that he is on a visual platform. Over to you, Honorable Vessels. Honorable Vessels. Provincial Whip. Provincial Whip, Honorable Baden Rost. Is Honorable Vessels available? Must I start a countdown or what? No. All right. What we will do is that we are going to pass him. and then give the next speaker a chance to speak and then revert back to him after that. Because what is very important that each and every person must be given a chance to articulate against this scourge which we are experiencing as a country. So the next speaker on the platform will be Honorable Ratsweni, the MSc for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, the Popo.
Honorable Chairperson.
Over to you, Honorable.
Am I audible, Chair?
Very audible.
Honorable Chairperson, the President of SALGA, Honorable Leader of Government Business, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Police, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, all protocol observed. The construction industry in South Africa is a vital sector for economic development, infrastructure growth, and job creation. However, it faces significant challenges, including the influence of construction mafias and systematic extortion. These issues undermine legitimate business practices, inflate project costs, and deter foreign investment. Addressing these problems through decisive measures is crucial not only for the integrity of the construction industry, but also for the broader socio-economic landscape of the country. This debate should outline the necessity and benefits of taking firm actions against construction mafias and systematic extortion. Honorable members, construction mafias operate through intimidation, violence, and often exceeding control over construction sites. They demand protection money from contractors, impose kickbacks, and engage in fraudulent activities that stifle competition and innovation. This creates a culture of fear, leading many businesses to comply rather than confront these criminal elements. What I have just mentioned above are criminal elements that needs to be confronted head-on by all the law enforcement agencies. These days, we are starting to see systematic extortion manifest in various forms, including bribery, illegal permits, and monopolistic practices. Contractors are often forced to inflate bids to accommodate extortion payments, which not only increases projects cost, but also compromise the quality of construction. This systematic issue creates barriers for the new entrants, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises, which are vital for our economic growth. The construction mafias has a cascading effect on economic development. Delayed projects, increased costs, and reduced quality of infrastructure directly impede South Africa's economic trajectory. Moreover, in some instances, international investors are deterred by the instability and risk associated with doing business in a corrupt environment. The only way to nip this in the bud is to take decisive measures and restore the rule of law. Taking decisive measures against construction mafias is essential for restoring the rule of law in the construction sector. Law enforcement agencies must be empowered and equipped to combat organized crime effectively. This involves enhancing the capacity of police and investigate bodies to dismantle these criminal networks through intelligence-led operations and legal actions. A clear stance against extortion and organized crime fosters a safer business environment. By ensuring that contractors can operate without fear of violence, the government can promote entrepreneurship and attract foreign investment. This is particularly important for infrastructure projects critical to the national development. Decisive actions, construction mafias will level the playing field for all contractors. It will encourage fair competition, enable legitimate businesses to thrive without a burden of illegal payments. This in turn leads to better pricing for consumers and improved quality of services. The reason I'm saying this is that we see some of construction mafias emerging as small parties of business forums who demand the 30% beneficiary. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share 2 incidents that we recently dealt with in the province of Limpopo. We had to advise a contractor at the construction site of multiple million state theater to approach the court of law and interdict these forums that had brought construction work at all. Government agencies, through their project managers, must stop negotiating with criminals. They must report these mafias to the law enforcement agencies. In other construction site of a library in Waterberg district, it was alleged that some of the community leaders orchestrated these construction mafias who wanted a total takeover and run the project themselves. On this one, I had to go to the area and convene the community structures and address this. The point I'm driving home is that as leaders of various spheres of government, let's take a lead and we shall overcome. Let's draw strength from the fact that President Cyril Ramaphosa has already announced and assured the nation that a crackdown is being carried out on the construction mafias and other gangs involved in the extortion of businesses across the country. Replying to the oral questions on the matter in this very same house, President Ramaphosa said, and I quote, "We are to go after these gangs. We are to go after those people who hijack building sites. All of those, whether they are in the taxi industry or construction industry, who do wrong things, they will have to pay and be accountable for their wrong activities." Close quote. During his State of the National Address, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa also announced that the SAPS established 20 economic infrastructure task teams throughout the country. This is an indication that this government is committed in dealing with the construction mafias. Ladies and gentlemen, our collective efforts to combat construction mafias and systematic extortion can enhance public trust in institutions. When citizens see decisive actions against corruption and crime, they are more likely to support government initiatives and engage in community development. As parliamentarians, we should consider laws targeting organized crimes and corruption within the construction sector. This includes enhancing penalties for extortion and establishing special courts to expedite cases related to construction-related crimes. Investment in law enforcement agencies is crucial, Minister. This includes training personnel to recognize and combat organized crime effectively, increasing resources for investigation, and establishing task forces dedicated to the construction industry. Let's deploy the same energy we have deployed in dealing with illegal mining, cash in transit haste, and other serious crimes. The state has capacity and capabilities to root out all these criminal elements. One other important aspect is to create awareness about the negative impacts of construction mafias and systematic extortion can mobilize public opinion against these practices. Educational campaigns targeting both the construction industry and the general public can foster a culture of intolerance towards corruption. This is where communities can be empowered to stand up and defend development taking place in their localities. Critics may argue that implementing these measures requires significant financial resources. However, the long-term economic benefit far outweigh the initial cost. Investing in law enforcement and legal reforms will ultimately save money by reducing corruption and increasing efficiency in the construction sector. There is a concern that aggressive measures could lead to overreach and unintended consequences, such alienating illegitimate businesses. To mitigate this, policies must be carefully designed and to distinguish between law contractors and criminal elements, ensuring that the rights of innocent parties are protected. Some may question whether these measures can be sustained over time. Establishing strong institutional framework, continuous training, and public support are vital for ensuring that efforts against construction mafias are not only effective, but also enduring. In conclusion, decisive measures to combat construction mafias and systematic extortion in South Africa are essential for the health of the construction industry and overall economy. The negative impacts of organized crime and corruption threatened not only business viability, but also the nation's development goals. By restoring the rule of law, promoting fair competition, and fostering a safe business environment, South Africa can unlock the full potential of its construction sector. Chair?
Thanks a million for your wonderful input. It's unfortunate that your time has expired, but the message was heard. Thank you, Honorable MEC. The next speaker on the podium will be Honorable Vessels from the Western Cape. He's also on the visual platform.
Chairperson, am I audible now?
Yes, you can speak.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, members of the NCOP and esteemed colleagues. Extortion in all its forms not only threatens the objective to establish an infrastructure-led growing economy in the province, but it also directly impacts...
Honorable Vessels, can you come closer to the speaker? The house, we don't hear you properly here. In the house, can you raise your voice and come closer to the speaker, please? Sure.
Am I better now?
Start speaking.
Am I better now?
Yeah, better. It's better.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Extortion in all its forms not only threatens the objective to establish an infra-led growing economy in the province, but it also directly impacts on the lives of millions of South Africans, particularly here in the Western Cape. The Western Cape government is committed to transforming our province through essential infrastructure projects that promises safe and dignified conditions for our residents and thriving and prosperous communities. Unfortunately, these projects are often brought to a standstill by violent criminal networks, illegal land invasion, widespread extortion, which deliberately disrupts the government's role in delivering essential services. More tragically, these criminal activities deny vulnerable citizens access to basic human rights like shelter, security, and opportunity. Honorable Chairperson, the extent of the problem in the Western Cape is extremely concerning. Since 2019, the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure went beyond its mandate and had to divert over 1 billion rand towards security alone to protect its projects. Chairperson, this money should have gone towards building more houses, more schools, more clinics, more roads. However, as a direct response to the inadequacy of policing resources in the Western Cape, the department is compelled to seek costly private security interventions to ensure the safety of project sites. In the city of Cape Town, for instance, housing projects like the airport infills and Gugulethu infills have become targets of extortion. These projects are worth millions, hundreds of millions, and were meant to provide nearly 1,300 opportunities for vulnerable residents. However, due to extortion and violence, often involving arson, physical attacks, and even targeted shootings of security and construction personnel, these sites have seen repeated stoppages. Consequently, the department was forced to terminate contracts and in some cases halt projects altogether, delaying much needed housing solutions to our communities. Chairperson, it is critically important that the real impact of extortion is understood. It is devastating for our communities and for the people we are designated to serve. Delays in these projects, especially housing projects, mean that the rightful beneficiaries, many of whom has been on the waiting list for years, many years, are maliciously and deliberately deprived of opportunities. It means that elderly residents, persons with disabilities, and families in need continue to live in unsafe and inadequate conditions. It means that funds meant to create stable and dignified housing opportunities for people on the waiting list are siphoned to combat criminal activities. It means that essential services are delayed, which exacerbates social issues such as unemployment, crime, and economic stagnation of these affected areas. Moreover, it directly hinders the efforts to address the spatial injustices that we have inherited from the past, as it is precisely the communities most affected by the historic inequalities that continue to bear the brunt of these criminal disruptions. Chairperson, it is a human tragedy when families are denied much needed housing opportunities, or when efforts to enable through infrastructure projects an economy that uplifts our poorer communities are sabotaged because criminal interests take precedence over the welfare of ordinary citizens. The Western Cape government understands very clearly the impact, the crisis, and the urgency it needs to be dealt with. The Department of Infrastructure has therefore enhanced security measures by investing in specialized private security for targeted projects, again, going beyond its mandate. The department recognizes that law enforcement alone cannot resolve the crisis and therefore actively managing and engaging with communities to help identify and report extortionists. By fostering local collaboration, it aims to build a network of support against these criminal enterprises and send a strong message that extortion will not be tolerated. Where possible, the provincial government has pursued the courts and applied for interdicts to prevent unlawful occupation and criminal interference with projects. These legal actions, however, come at great cost and delays, emphasizing the need for swift and coordinated national approach to strengthen our response. Regrettably, the department also had to reallocate funds initially earmarked for new projects to secure existing projects, ensuring that the critical developments not only do not face indefinite delays. However, this redirection underscores a systematic issue. Unless extortion is thoroughly addressed, our progress will continue to be hindered and our resources depleted. Honourable Chairperson, we are fully committed to tackling this issue. It is evident that the provincial measures, through provincial measures alone, we cannot fully combat these entrenched criminal activities. This is a national crisis requiring a decisive and collaborative action. Police presence must increase. Our intelligence operations efforts must be ramped up, and our judiciary must be equipped to handle cases of extortion swiftly and effectively. We therefore call upon the NCOP and the national government to support the Western Cape's fight against the extortion and land invasion in the infrastructure space. Only through cooperation will all stakeholders, between all stakeholders, can we safeguard our infrastructure projects and restore the confidence among contractors, investors, and the people we serve. In closing, Chairperson, I wish to remind everyone here today that infrastructure projects in the Western Cape are more than just brick and mortar. These projects underscore a commitment to an enhancing infrastructure that accommodates a growing population and enables a thriving economy that creates jobs and provides opportunity for the residents of the province. Every day that a project is stalled by criminal elements is a day that the communities are denied a step towards dignity, opportunity, and security. Together, we must take a stand against the construction mafia. We owe it to the citizens to build a Western Cape and a country where every individual can thrive without being held hostage by crime and corruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Vessels. We cannot agree more with your input which you have just made. How I wish that this input was made in this house so that we could have heard it clearly. Next time I'm making an appeal that if you're around Cape Town, please come into the house. Now, this input was invaluable. Yeah. Oh. Thank you, NCOP. And then the next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Peter Eastern Cape. AKA Ndlovu.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, your Deputy Chair, thank you. Fellow South Africa, please lend me your ears once more. A tender system is one of the most powerful viruses that led our people lose Ubuntu. This system was meant to benefit politically connected comrades. It also enriches politically connected families and makes others slaves. Mafia style and extortion are the product of the tender system that led to the killing of innocent people. This system encourages organized crime that looted many businesses, left South Africa jobless. The scourge left people in fears, no place to hide. Famine took a center stage. Unemployment increases. Mob killings arises. Some churches closes due to robbery. Hospitals, clinics, schools, libraries, post office, and community halls were destroyed. Soldiers looking at a distance for their brothers, for their sisters, for their parents, murdered almost every day, no instruction to protect them. Citizens can't protect themselves from this scourge. Once they retaliate, government turned against them, put them in prison. No more right to life. The status quo of the government still remains. Don't take law into your own hands while we are slippering on the blood daily. The government stand aloof, blind and deaf, while its own subjects are victims of killers. Special task force units are in need to deal directly with this disease called extortion and mafia style. Bayaphela abantu bethu ma-South Africa matsha, urhulumente usonga izandla, usaplana na today. Government is still planning. People are dying every day, every hour. Siyacela ke, sisithi, si-UDM, kawuphakame urhulumente, sikhona xa uxakiwe, asipleni ngoku, siyasebenza, Nkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. And then the next speaker on the podium will be, all right, I see a point of order there.
No, Chair, I seem to be late. I wanted to check if the member will take a question, so he ran away from the podium. Yeah. He just ran.
Yeah,
like Usain Bolt. Yeah, but it's fine.
Great. Oh, the next speaker on the podium will be Honorable Mabebo, Northwest.
Thank you, Chairperson. We participated in this debate to highlight the interventions by the police to deal with extortion and crime in general. how the police strengthen their investigative capacity to fight crime in general, including the crimes of extortion and construction mafias. We will also commend the government for having established cooperative agreements with various metros to strengthen the fight against crime. In his statement to the National Assembly, the Minister of Police said, in the context of fighting extortion, we have initiated signing of cooperative agreement with provincial and local government with operational plans, all seeking to integrate our resources against crime. Currently, the operational plan is being rolled out in Cape Town with its new 6 sub-districts. The model will be replicated in all metros in the country. The minister went further to say the operational plan will include the CPFs and private security companies. The Eastern Cape and Nelson Mandela Bay have agreed on the operational plan and it is currently being rolled out. We will be launching it soon. We are meeting the Gauteng government on Thursday on the same program. Next will be KZN on the 19th and the 20th of this month. On building collaboration with other state institutions, the minister said, we are also holding a series of meetings with sister department on collaboration against crime as per the National Integrated Crime Prevention Strategy. This Friday, we are meeting as the JCP's cluster to tighten up our act via better signages. The minister concludes by setting timelines for the adoption of the national policing policy by saying the deadline for us to complete and adopt the national policing policy is the end of October this year. This will, amongst other issues, deal with the police stations and other infrastructure based on norms and standards. We are recalling these words by the minister to make a point that government is very much concerned about the crime of extortion, including construction mafia. Secondly, the government does acknowledge some of the interventions underway to deal with crime of extortion. And lastly, that government intends to tighten and strengthen its resolves to fight the crimes of extortion and construction mafias. This debate takes place a day after the Minister of Finance tabled the medium-term budget policy statement. Some of the observation in the budget with regard to the vote 28 of the Department of Police is that the main reason for the relatively low achievement of the target relating to detection rates of various crimes is the attrition of detectives through retirement, resignation, and promotion, resulting in higher caseload per investigator. Further, that improved collaboration with the National Prosecuting Authority has expedited the enrollment and processing of the case dockets. This is with the introduction of dedicated tracking teams of wanted suspects, and forensic investigations has led to an improvement into the detection rate for crimes against women and children, both exceeding quarterly targets. We also note that additional budget allocation will be made to the police for the hosting of the G20 summit in 2025 in order for the police to fight crimes of extortion and construction mafias. One of the most efficient interventions by the police include increased police visibility. Linked to this is the need for the police to strengthen their detective and investigative capacity as outlined in the police budget vote. We applaud the police work through Operation Chanela. Through this operation, many criminals have been arrested and thus prevented them from executing their criminal intentions. Operation Channel enhances the police visibility with our townships and communities, and we encourage police to intensify the Operation Channel. We reiterate our call to communities to join hands with the police in the fight against these crimes of extortion and construction mafias. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Khoshiabatu. The next speaker on the platform will be Honorable Badenhorst, Western Cape.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans, isn't it ironic that in this House, we're deliberating a massive problem in this country in a debate that's sponsored by the ANC on how to take decisive measures to deal with the construction mafia and the systemic extortion in the construction industry in South Africa, when it is the regulations of the very same ANC under the incompetent leadership of accused number one. Remember him? Master Zuma. Accused number one. That is the root cause of this problem in the first place. Honorable Malkuna, where are you? She's left the House now because she knows what's coming. Let us not sweep under the carpet the very origins of these so-called business forums. It was a national treasury regulation initiated by the Zuma state capture regime, which mandated that 30% of contract value for projects exceeding 50 million be allocated to local content. That's where it came from. However, this actually only applies to tenders for government contracts. But the misreading or the reframing of this provision, and we can debate whether it's deliberate or otherwise, gives an illusion of legitimate claims by these forums. Further fueled, honorable members, by the irresponsible usage of phrases like radical economic transformation, something many parties in this House have been guilty of in the past. Here's a staggering figure for you. The former Public Works and Infrastructure Minister estimated in 2023 that the damage caused by these criminal gangs hijacking construction sites have resulted in losses of more than 68 billion rand nationally. How many schools can we build with that? The remedy for this scourge lies somewhere between the effective application of legislation like the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, number 8 of 2019, that contains important provisions relating to safeguarding of critical infrastructure and related measures in the private sector. The private sector can also come to the party by applying for court orders and interdicts against illegal actions instigated by the mafias, employing security, private security on sites, but it's expensive. Real community engagement and local procurement of plant materials and labor that yield real, tangible benefits and are done through community leaders of good standing. Community leaders of good standing. Focus should be placed on local qualifying SMMEs to ensure when projects are conceived and procurement occurs, these are opportunities for the community to benefit from. Early engagement through credible forums with bona fide community liaison and officers. Managing expectations is critical, as sometimes expectations of the local benefits are completely disproportionate to what is available. Alignment of state and private sector in their messaging and approach to prevent exploitation is crucial. So, Honorable Kahunda, I'm glad you got 5 minutes after me because you can come and tell us what you did as the mayor of Durban to stop construction mafia in its tracks. Be very interesting conversation that. Honorable Mtrina, yeah, you're right. Citizens of South Africa are not safe. As long as you have politicians in red overalls helping themselves to Gogo's pensions at the VBS Bank, they will not be safe. And yes, Malusi,
Order, Chair.
Malisi boy,
Order, Chair.
stop my time.
Order, Chair. When he talks about the original of criminals, it's his ancestors. They stole our land. We want our land back. Shin, who are you to talk about human rights here?
All right. That is not a point of order. That's not a point of order, it's a point of debate. Please. Over to you.
You wanna borrow this anytime, eh? Malusi boy was fired from the DA, fired. And he's now being prosecuted for 1 billion rands of a fraud. He's actually out on bail at the moment. How many EFF comrades have been fired from the EFF? Look at your comrade Floyd Chivambu, yeah? He's now gone to the MO. He swapped the red overall for a camo overall. His next overall will be an orange overall. Watch. Honorable Mamabolo, welcome from Gauteng province. I'm really sorry, but your merry band of ANC delinquents in Gauteng, often shunning the party, can't even supply water. You're going to run out of water. Now you're trying to fight construction mafia. It's not going to work. Just look at the latest AG report. It looks like you know nothing about financial management as well. But I must say the minister spoke sense. The minister said, let's collaborate. And there will be collaboration because our Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Dean McPherson, along with his Deputy Minister, Honorable Sikalala, in association with the Construction Industry Development Board, will bring key industry stakeholders together in Durban on the 19th of November to engage in dialogue, to reclaim construction sites, to restore safety, and to tackle the crippling effect of criminal extortion tactics at our construction site. Let's hope that everybody who was so full of good ideas today and who are serious about stopping this scourge attend that conference on the 19th of this month. Thank you very much.
All right, Honorable. The House is now in order. The House is now in order. Will you please resume your seat, Honorable Badenhorst? All right, right now, we are going to have Honorable Kaunda as the proposer of the motion that he must respond to that. But what I really like, over to you, Honorable Kaunda.
I hope, Honorable Chair, you are adding the remaining minutes which I left. 6 minutes so that we can be able to relate matters correctly. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let's welcome the inputs made by Honorable MECs and the Premier of Eastern Cape. In fact, they've shed light with us on how they are tackling these challenges in their respective provinces. And it is highly commendable for the job well done if you look at how they've unlocked some of the stoppages in their projects. I can't agree more with the sentiments by the Honorable Minister that we need collaborations rather than putting politics where it does not belong. But our problem started in 1652 when people arrived in this country and they stole our lands, they stole our land, they stole our economy because our...
Don't drown the speaker.
Honorable Chair.
Listen.
Honorable Chair, you know we were dispossessed of our land. And our ancestors and the forebears, they were also owning wealth by becoming farmers. And unfortunately, that also disappeared through the legislative framework that was put by apartheid government. And it doesn't mean that we are just forgetting about what transpired. We forgave people, but we cannot forget what they did to us here in our own land. Honorable Chairperson, as we move forward, there are areas where we do not agree with a notion that says President de Klerk freely released political detainees. No, it was through sweat, it was through struggles that were waged against apartheid regime. So we cannot agree with you, Honorable Mgcina, on that. So if it's the AFF position as ANC, we are not part of that. But we had to fight for our liberation, and indeed, we defeated the apartheid regime. Then the other area which we must also talk about, in the contributions made here, there's nothing wrong at all about the tender system. There's nothing wrong. But we need to empower our people so that we form collaborations with them, because the Constitution also gives a guide in that regard, that state organs can do working with communities through cooperatives, through their own organizations. But there's nothing that we can say we must now stop tenders. But all what we need to do is to enforce what Section 217 of the Constitution dictates, that all organs of state, when they procure through contracts, goods and services, they must ensure that there is fairness, right? They must ensure that there is transparency and accountability, and they must ensure that there is equity. So if we do that, we'll be able to find our things correctly as guided by the Constitution. So we need to stick to what the Constitution says. The suspension of regulations, I think it has surpassed some of the events, because the government here, has already put in motion, and the Minister of Finance, during the midterm policy statement that he made yesterday, he emphasized that regulations are going to be issued to guide provinces and municipalities on how they are going to fare it, because even the Constitutional Court did not say that there was something wrong with what government have done in terms of procurement, in terms of PPPFA. But all what was there was the technicalities that government needed to go back and correct. Hence, government decided to suspend those regulations, and it is now putting in motion the well-amended regulations that will be able to take us forward. So there is nothing that we can say it's not accepted in the society. Chair, we must also emphasize that as soon as the municipalities, provinces, and departments realize that these business or mafias, construction mafias, they arrive on site, we should not wait for the next event to come. So we need to interdict these people, stop them to enter into any construction sites. By so doing, we'll be able to enable police to ensure that they arrest people. Because once we do that, those courts interdict will enable police to execute their responsibilities. Then the other aspect which is important is the litigations. Once they stop projects, because there are cost escalations as a result of the work stoppages, those monies must be claimed from the same individuals who get involved into such activities that stop projects. So those are clear ways of intervening, but as a legislative arm, and when we play our oversight, we need to ensure that through the strategy that the minister have presented, led by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, we must play our oversight that the strategy is implemented as envisaged, and we must also ensure that the oversight in terms of police visibility, especially on the hotspot areas. So what transpired in other provinces like eThekwini, they were able to manage these issues successfully. And when we conducted oversight, I think the MSc from Public Works did mention this, that when we conducted oversight, it means the high school as the NCOP, we were able we were able to ensure that to get a successful story, that they were able to manage these issues
Honorable
successfully.
Kaunda.
So with all that, Chair, I know that you have taken my 6 minutes, Chair, but it's fine. We submit that we support and we commend our government led by the ANC on the successes that it has scored. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you, honorable members and delegates from the various provinces. I think we really have to appreciate the programming committee plus the presiding officers for having arranged such a vibrant debate on such a crucial issue. I think that it is good that our people on the ground know that the NCOP is with them. As they feel the pain of extortionists, as they feel the pain of rapists, they must know that all these delegates which are in this house are against those nefarious activities. So it is highly appreciated. Also, I like the linkage between Honorable Kaunda and Honorable Badenhorst, that the citizens themselves, they must take action against that. Because let us be honest, everyone knows in the community who's a drug peddler, who's the extortionist, but we must be able to take responsibilities of our country because we fought for this country to be free. But it must also our responsibility to fight, to defend our freedom. And we cannot do it unless we work as a team. We work together as a team, as we have done here today, this afternoon. What I'd like to concur with Honorable Badenhorst and Honorable Kaunda, in Mpumalanga, there was this R23 road. R23 road. These mafias tried to stop that road, for the construction of that road. You know what the constructor did? Because they came with the cars there, took the number plates, within 2 weeks, they got the letters of summons for the delayment of the project. It came to an end. That destruction came to an end within a period of 3 weeks. So I think that we must support each other, share this information with our communities so that they have the power to fight back, because we cannot allow our freedom to be taken for granted, because this freedom was not free. Ngiyabonga, ngiyabulela. The house is adjourned.
Recording stopped.